da 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 da, doodly doodly, scoobly dooby 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 doo, Scooby Doo, Scooby Dooby 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 Dooby, Scooby Dooby Dooby, Scoop 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 Scoop, Bump Bump, da na 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 Ba-la-ba-ba. Hello, Neil. Hello, easily distracted. Skadooby-doo, skadooby-dooby, skadooby-doo, skadooby-dooby-dooby-dooby-doo, bop-boo-wop-bop-boo-wop-bee-doo. Bop, I can't find the music to turn down. It's right. Da-da-da-doo-ba-ba-boo-bee-scooby. Okay, there it is. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's great to see you, Neil. It's great to see. Easily distracted. I get easily distracted. Hey, there's Lee. Hey, guess what? We got a couple things already happening this morning. A tad echoey. I know. I can't. Something fucked up. And I don't know how to fix it. Here we go again. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. I'm not really sure. Maybe if I don't know. That doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. It'll just sound like it is, and I'll play with it in the background and probably fuck it all up. I don't know. But this morning we have a UN meeting starting on Iran, and there was a NATO generals meeting in front of. Thank you so much, Neil. I just hope it's not annoying. That's what I need to know. So thank you. I appreciate it. Neil, my producer. Hey, everybody. So this morning we have a UN Security Council meeting on Iran that I'd like to watch, and then also the NATO folks have been testifying in front of Congress. Didn't realize that was going to happen. So we might want to talk about, might want to visit that as well. I have a ton of things to read and share. So today might be a little bit of a long show. Okay, so just grab more coffee, maybe a little more weed if you can. I got my new supply last night. Very happy of my new supply of weed. Okay, so let me go ahead and get this all set up, and hopefully the sound works. We'll get it there. Do 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 do. Scoobly dooby. Scoobly dooby dooby doo. I want to make sure you guys can hear the sound of their voices. Right now it's very low. It's laundry day. Oh, very nice. Right now it's just very low. Let me make sure it's turned all the way up. But yes, this is the UN Security Council on Iran. I'll kind of give it some space here. I'll adjust as the time gets here. But good morning. Welcome to Wake and Bake with Lolo. I'm Lolo. Please share. Please share the live stream. We want as many people as possible to learn along with us. Okay, that's what we do here. We learn along with you. I am wearing my No War shirt from Etsy. Independent Producers Unite. Etsy is the way to go to get your protest shirts. Let people know how you feel. Set an example in your community. All those things. I bet Lee has been very busy at work. Oh, lordy, lordy. Working in the trade industry, our beautiful trade representative, Lee, has been working tirelessly, not only just to maintain and, create what she does in her work life, but also to help educate us about trade and all of the issues with tariffs. She has been a godsend to helping us understand and navigate this. And I'm just really grateful. She's one of my besties. She's a bestie. They're my bestie. Let me tell you about my best friend. She's a kooky lady, and I love her so much. She's so smart. Lee deserves the vacation she can get. Fuck yeah, she does. Yes, she fucking does. Yes, she does. Let me tell you, I know that woman works hard, and I don't even know her personally, like in person, but I know because for the last, I don't know, Lee, has it been since 2020, I guess. I mean, late 2020 probably. Maybe early 2021. I know that we were friends since at least early 2021. So Lee is definitely someone who is has just been there and been also just a beautiful, smart person. So we appreciate you. So it's Lee Day. There you go. But that's what we have here at Wake and Bake is a really, really good community of all really smart, very compassionate, very woke people. I would say I would take a stab at it and say that we're woke, or at least trying to be woke. I don't think woke is a state of perfection. I think it is an evolving knowledge and an evolving way to be sensitive to other people's experiences in this fucked up country. Because this country is fucked up. You know what? Maybe this is a purge of all the MAGAites. Maybe this is actually, this will end up on the other side of it, like the great MAGA purge. Because apparently, with this Katie Johnson story, boy, I really hit on the right story to keep reminding people about the Katie Johnson story. Well, it turns out that Katie Johnson, they tried to suppress her story, and it also turns out, because they talked to Epstein's accountant, that they settled with Katie Johnson. Yeah, after she was interviewed 4 times by the FBI, the court case was settled. And they admitted it by the estate of Epstein. Which means, in all likelihood, there was some evidence that perhaps it was true. So this is a woman who describes, I believe, 4 times being raped by Trump when she was a child, and being threatened with death and death of her family if she didn't cooperate. So I think the president's
the
in trouble.
10,120th meeting of the Security Council.
Why are you supporting a pedophile, Mike?
The provisional agenda for this meeting.
Can you hear it okay?
The provisional agenda for this meeting is Non-Proliferation Security Council Committee established pursuant to Resolution 1737 in the year 2006. The representative of the Russian Federation has asked for the floor. I give them the floor.
Mr. President, a procedural issue. We're deeply disappointed by the attempt of our American colleagues to crudely abuse their powers as the President of the Security Council and to hold a meeting dedicated to the activities of the so-called 1737 Committee. The position of the Russian Federation and that of a number of other states regarding assertions about a supposed reactivation of the Security Council's anti-Iranian resolutions, including Resolution 1737, are well known to
English in your right ear, so if you have headphones, if you don't want to hear Russian, take your left out. If you don't want to hear English, take your right out.
Wasn't activated. Western states' assertions to the contrary do not stand up to any criticism. The European Troika, participating in the JCPOA, and by the way, the US itself withdrew from the JCPOA in 2018, the European Troika had no right to activate that mechanism. The Russian Federation, together with our Chinese and Iranian colleagues, repeatedly provided information to delegations about the legal rationale, including detailed clarification of the reasons why the UK, France, and Germany could not use the snapback.
LA
So
girl.
let us
You're my
issue a
LA
reminder
woman.
for the
I'm gonna call you the LA woman.
the anti-Iranian resolution.
Yes,
of the
I
Security
heard.
Council
The Strait
was
of
therefore
Hormuz will
in
remain
2015,
closed. Well,
when Resolution 2231 was adopted.
5 ships.
Resolution 2231 itself expired, as per the resolution itself, on the 18th of October 2025. The Security Council has not taken any other decisions on this issue. Thus, Resolution 1737 long ago lost its force and relevance. So let's not parrot assertions about supposedly the snapback having been invoked. Against this backdrop, there are no grounds for a briefing to be held by this committee at the Security Council.
It's a war,
The attempts by the US and their allies
You
to
fucking
convince us
penis
of
tip
the
head.
contrary are a flagrant violation of Security Council procedures and decisions taken by the Council. This is exactly why Russia, together with China, was previously compelled to block the adoption of the Program of Work of the Security Council for March 2026, as well as to speak out against an agreement on the 1737 committee report. Similarly, we cannot agree to today's agenda either, the agenda put forward by the US presidency. We'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the non-proliferation item was withdrawn from the Security Council agenda when Resolution 2231 expired. We want to put the issue of the holding of this meeting to a procedural vote. We call on conscientious and reasonable colleagues to also vote against and not to allow for the Security Council to be used to lend legitimacy to legal and procedural arbitrariness. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Russia for the statement.
badge. Good morning,
The
everyone.
representative
Good morning,
of the United
Stephanie. How are
Kingdom
you?
has asked to make a statement. I give them the floor.
Thank you, President. We fully reject the points made by the Russian Federation. Today's meeting is fully in line with the decisions and procedure of this Council. The United Kingdom, alongside France and Germany, triggered the snapback mechanism procedure in full accordance with Security Council Resolution 2231. We did so because of Iran's significant non-performance of its commitments under the JCPOA. As Russia and China know, the snapback process completed on 28 September 2025 and, as a result, 6 UN Security Council resolutions and UN sanctions have come back into force. We particularly recall Resolution 1737 requires the committee to report at least every 90 days to the Security Council on its work. The Council should not be prevented from discussing these important matters at hand. So, President, we urge that we continue with today's meeting, and the UK will therefore vote in favour of the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement. The representative of France has asked to make a statement. I give them the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr.
Je voudrais
President, I wish
réagir
to
au
briefly react
propos
to what's been said by
Love
the
you,
permanent
Kim.
representative of the Russian Federation. I wish to begin by aligning myself word for word with what's just been said by the representative of the United Kingdom. I wish to share the following facts. The Security Council resolutions on the Iranian nuclear program were restored last September pursuant to the procedure for the restoration of sanctions, the so-called snapback mechanism. That procedure was conducted in accordance with paragraphs 11 and 12 of Resolution 2231. Among the resolutions restored, there was Resolution 1737 that establishes the Sanctions Committee and tasks it with working under Council oversight. There is no doubt, no legal doubt surrounding that point. The restoration of these resolutions and the restoration of the 1737 Committee are objective realities rooted in compliance with Resolution 2231. Moreover, the United Nations Secretariat has taken note of these realities in its official communications to the Council and to our organization in general. The IAEA has done so too. The latter produced reports on the implementation by Iran of nuclear obligations provided for in resolutions restored last September. It is now incumbent upon all states to implement these resolutions in accordance with Article 25 of the United Nations Charter. States from manifold regional groups have incidentally begun to once more apply these sanctions by conveying to the committee requests and notifications of exemptions. Law is important. The resolutions were legally restored. It is therefore entirely justified for the Security Council to meet today to discuss the work of the committee, even if, and we regret this fact, 2 members did object to the adoption of the quarterly report of that committee. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement. The representative of China has asked to make a statement. I give them the floor.
Thank you, President. China supports the procedural motion put forward by Russia and calls on all members to vote against the convening of this meeting. China has repeatedly pointed out that the E3's activation of the snapback mechanism is procedurally and legally flawed. Resolution 2231 expired on October 18th of last year, and the Security Council has therefore concluded its consideration of the Iranian nuclear issue against the backdrop of renewed hostilities in the Middle East and the increasing complex and grave situation surrounding the Iranian nuclear issue. The President's insistence on convening this meeting will only intensify divisions and confrontation among parties, undermine the prospect for a political settlement of the Iranian nuclear issue. China expresses its grave concern in this regard. China calls on Council members to focus on safeguarding peace and stability in the Middle East, faithfully implement the arrangements related to termination day of Resolution 2231, uphold the authority of the Council and the credibility of multilateral diplomacy, and create conditions for the Iranian nuclear issue to return to the track of political and diplomatic settlement. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United States. The United States strongly rejects the assertions made by the representatives of Russia and China and fully supports the statements that have been made by the representatives of the United Kingdom and France in support of moving forward with this meeting. Resolution 1737 and subsequent resolutions mandate quarterly reports from the 1737 committee to the Council. Today, the President of this Council, as acting chair of the 1737 committee, should be presenting the committee's 90-day report. We are disappointed that the obstruction from two Council members blocked the delivery of this mandated report to the Council, despite it being an entirely factual description of the committee's activities during the reporting period. It is necessary to nevertheless continue to move forward with this meeting, which provides an important opportunity to discuss implementation of the sanctions measures reinstated by this Council. I would also note that on the first day of the U.S. presidency, all Council members, except two, confirmed their support for holding this mandated meeting. I urge everyone to join us in voting yes to adopt the agenda, hold this meeting, and allow the Council to proceed with its work. I now resume my function as President of the Council. As President, we believe it necessary to move forward with this meeting. In view of the request and the comments made by members of the Security Council, I intend to put the provisional agenda to the vote. Accordingly, I shall put it to the vote now. Will those in favor of the adoption of the provisional agenda, non-proliferation, please raise their hand? Those against? Abstentions? The result of the voting is as follows: 11 votes in favor, 2 votes against, 2 abstentions. The provisional agenda has been adopted. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as representative of the United States. Colleagues, today was meant to be a straightforward mandated meeting of the 1737 committee. But unfortunately, our Russian and Chinese colleagues continue to block this committee's important work as part of their collaboration with the Iranian regime. On March 6th, the Russian and Chinese delegations officially blocked and objected to the 90-day report of the 1737 committee mandated in Resolution 1737. By doing this, Russia and China have made clear that the 1737 committee exists and is functional. It is a simple fact that on September 19th of last year, the Council decisively voted against a resolution introduced pursuant to Resolution 2231 to continue sanctions relief for Iran, thereby reinstating 6 previously suspended UN Security Council resolutions relating to Iran to include the resolution that established the committee. So what this means in plain language is that all member states of the United Nations should be implementing an arms embargo against Iran, banning the transfer and trade of missile technology, and freezing relevant financial assets
and Russia
in
want
line
to
with
give
the robust
Iran
UN
weapons.
sanctions that had been in place before 2015 and have now been snapped back into place. The UN provisions to be reimposed are not arbitrary, but instead narrowly scoped to address the threat posed by Iran's nuclear, missile, and conventional arms programs and Iran's ongoing support for terrorism. Iran had ample opportunity to prevent this outcome. France, the United Kingdom, and Germany offered to extend the so-called snapback mechanism if Iran were to account for its highly enriched uranium stockpile, if Iran would comply with IAEA obligations that were already mandatory under the NPT, and if Iran would resume direct diplomacy with the United States. All of those options were put on the table in good faith for Iran, and all of them were rejected. In that vein, Iran has remained defiant. Just last week, the IAEA Director General's report reiterated that Iran is the only state in the world without nuclear weapons to have produced and accumulated uranium enriched up to 60%. It also confirmed, this is the IAEA Director General's report, that for over 8 months now, Iran has refused to provide the IAEA with updated information on or access to this highly enriched uranium stockpile or other previously declared low enriched uranium stocks at facilities affected by military strikes in June 2025. The Director General himself describes this as, quote, a matter of non-proliferation concern and of compliance with the NPT Safeguards Agreement, end quote. Pursuant to the September 19th vote and this Council's binding resolutions, we meet today with a committee that is operational. The committee has received exemption requests. The requests have been approved by this operational committee. The Secretariat has called for applications to serve on the panel of experts. That selection process is now underway. We urge Council members to press our Russian and Chinese colleagues to allow the Council to appoint a committee chair. This obstructionism thus far on the matter of a 1737 committee chair is predicated on a bad faith and baseless reinterpretation of events. The truth of the matter is that Russia and China do not want a functional committee, not out of some type of legal objection, but because they want to protect their partner Iran and continue to maintain defense cooperation that is now once again prohibited. Both countries have sustained military trade ties. In 2022, Russia began by buying Iranian drones in violation of Resolution 2231, which imposed time-bound restrictions on Iran's nuclear and conventional arms activity. Russia has also acquired close-range ballistic missiles from Iran and provided Iran with attack helicopters earlier this year in violation of Resolution 1929,
Wait till you
which
hear what
imposed
we
even
did.
more sanctions against the regime's nuclear program. All of this while Iran continues to evade sanctions, fire ballistic missiles and drones at civilians region,
You mean like
and
the girls' school?
attack
No.
shipping, civilian shipping
Sorry.
in the Gulf, and wreak havoc in the Strait of Hormuz. So, colleagues,
Which
let's
apparently we didn't
end,
anticipate.
Enough of the performative hand-wringing supposedly over process. The reality is Russia and China do not want this committee because it will continue to protect their partner, Iran. In light of that, the United States will continue to work to ensure Iran can no longer hold the world hostage with its missile, drone, and certainly not a nuclear program. Let me close by reminding the Council the United States pursued a diplomatic solution in good faith prior to the initiation of snapback and after. I outlined for you the activities of the United Kingdom, of France, and of Germany along those same lines. Each time we articulated clear time frames for meaningful dialogue that could address the outstanding issues of concern to the international community, including the behaviors prohibited under the reinstated Security Council resolutions. Time and again, Iran chose not to take those opportunities. I thank you. I will resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to those Council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. This year, we will mark 20 years since the Council adopted Resolution 1737. 20 years during which Iran's nuclear and missile programs have been amongst the most pressing threats to international peace and security. The UK has been clear all that time that we favoured negotiation and diplomacy. But we have repeatedly seen Iran not act in good faith to address international concerns. So I want to start by expressing solidarity with our partners in the Gulf and the wider region who took no part in the military action launched on 28 February, but who have been the target of waves of repeated and unprovoked Iranian missile and drone attacks over the last week. We strongly condemn these attacks. They are endangering civilians, destabilizing the region, and threatening the global economy. They must stop. We pay tribute to the swift actions taken by those partners to protect civilians, including UK nationals. Their efforts have saved lives, and we have acted to defend the Gulf and will continue to stand by the region in the face of this threat. This is exactly why the UK co-sponsored alongside 135 countries and voted for Resolution 2817 yesterday. Today's crisis underlines the gravity of Iran's approach to the nuclear and missile files. Our position is clear. We will not overlook actions that undermine international security or the global non-proliferation regime. Iran's reckless and repeated use of ballistic missiles, including against its neighbours without provocation, has intensified regional insecurity and heightened the risk to civilians.
Well, I mean,
our concerns about its nuclear program remain serious and long-standing. Iran has persistently failed to fulfill its safeguard obligations and fully cooperate with the IAEA. There is no credible civilian justification for over 400 kilograms of high-enriched uranium. This is unacceptable and erodes confidence in the peaceful nature of its activities.
Your little palm is a farmer.
It was this sustained nuclear escalation that led the E3 to trigger the snapback mechanism last year. We underline the importance of all UN member states, including Iran, implementing the reinstated sanctions fully and without exception. Resolution 1737 imposes sanctions banning nuclear technology and materials, imposes asset freezes on key individuals and entities linked to Iran's enrichment program, and establishes a sanctions committee. These restrictions play a critical role in curbing Iran's destabilizing actions by narrowing its access to the capabilities that sustain its missile program, and by constraining Iran's nuclear proliferation activities. Effective global compliance is essential for the 1737 Committee to carry out its mandate. We encourage rigorous monitoring and reporting and call for the swift appointment of a chair. The panel of experts must be established without delay to independently investigate alleged violations of sanctions. We call on those member states that have sought to evade or undermine the UN sanctions reinstated under the snapback mechanism to cease doing so immediately. This approach only emboldens Iran. No member state
This is the UK ambassador to the UN. I really like
undertake
him.
or facilitate any action
pretty
that breaches
good.
or circumvents sanctions,
So he's the United
and all should
Kingdom
press
ambassador
Iran
to the
halt
UN.
its destabilizing behavior. All member states have a clear responsibility to fulfill their UN obligations in full, particularly on an issue as grave and consequential as this. President, the United Kingdom remains unwavering in its commitment to finding a lasting and sustainable solution that ensures Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. I thank you.
Could we all just give
I
up
thank
our
the
nukes?
representative of the
I don't know.
United Kingdom for the statement. I give the floor
Complete
to the
disarmament.
representative of the Russian
How about
Federation.
that?
Господин председатель,
Господин президент.
разочарованы, что
We are disappointed by the fact that the majority of council members didn't manage to muster up the courage and wisdom to speak out against this flagrant violation of decisions previously taken by the council. Responsibility for the lawlessness that's being unleashed at the council falls fully and squarely on the shoulders of the US presidency, as well as on the shoulders of delegations supporting it or condoning its single-handed
Ooh, is that a
decision.
Wickoff slam?
We regret the fact that some colleagues are continuing to follow Washington's lead, which already back in 2018 thwarted the regular implementation of the JCPOA by illegally and unilaterally withdrawing from the nuclear deal
Well,
and
he's not
continuing
wrong.
to do everything possible to nullify any prospects of reaching a diplomatic agreement on Iran's nuclear program. The position of the Russian Federation, in light of assertions about supposed activation of the mechanism for reinstating Security Council resolutions on Iran, anti-Iran, is unchanged, principled, and consistent. As I noted already today, the UK, France, and Germany could not have activated this instrument. Now, I won't delve into the details. Our position is spelt out in detail in many letters addressed to the Security Council and the General Assembly. All colleagues can read those. I will simply remind you of the main points. First, these countries, strip themselves of the right to invoke the snapback by their chronic violations of the JCPOA and Resolution 2231. I am referring to the inability of the European Troika to fulfill their obligations to ensure economic benefits for Iran stemming from the lifting of EU sanctions which were in force up until 2015. I'm also referring to their illegal decision to resume unilateral sanctions pressure after Transition Day, the JCPOA Transition Day, that is 18th of October 2023. International law is fairly clear-cut on this issue. A party that does not comply its obligations under any agreement or treaty cannot invoke the instruments contained therein in their own interests. This is what the so-called clean hands doctrine speaks to, as does the Pacta Sunt Servanda principles, not to mention advisory advisory opinions issued by the International Court of Justice. Second, the JCPOA, which is an inextricable
He's
part
trying to get him on a
of
technicality.
Resolution
The right people didn't ask for the meeting.
of which the JCPOA is a part, clearly sets out the procedure for resolving any contradictions when implementing said agreement. Before the issue of non-compliance with the JCPOA can be referred to the Security Council for consideration. Now, this issue must be considered in detail by the Dispute Resolution Mechanism in Vienna, that is the DRM. Paragraphs 36 and 37 of the JCPOA set forth a specific algorithm, a formula for conducting this process. So no matter how much the UK, France, and Germany tried to convince us that they supposedly used the Dispute Resolution Mechanism all the way back in 2020, the fact of the matter remains. This mechanism was not just not exhausted, it wasn't even launched due to serious procedural gaps which were never resolved. Thus, the so-called notification the Europeans sent regarding the triggering of the snapback on the 28th of August 2025 sent to the Security Council was legally null and void. For that reason, the outcome of the 19th of September vote on the draft resolution aimed at maintaining their regime, lifting anti-Iranian Security Council resolutions, couldn't have had any legal nor procedural ramifications. In a nutshell, there was no snapback. UN Security Council Resolution 2231 lost its force on the 18th of October 2025. Against this backdrop, Western attempts to justify their groundless assertions using the UN Secretariat position do not stand up to criticism
By
either.
this guy in
UN colleagues
particular.
did take steps, specifically informing member states about the resumption of resolutions and recreating the website of Security Council Committee 1737 and its sanctions list. Well, these steps are simply illegal actions taken by the Secretariat in violation of Security Council Resolution 2231, as well as Article 100 of the UN Charter, which prohibits the Security Council and organization staff from receiving instructions from any government. Under such conditions, the Russian Federation sees no rationale for getting Security Council Committee 1737 back up and running, not to mention discussing its functioning at Security Council meetings. We deeply regret that Western delegations are insisting on trying to legalize their claims. This is having a negative impact on the work of the entire Security Council. The Europeans and their allies are simply holding hostage the issue of seat distribution in Security Council subsidiary bodies, demanding that it be linked with the appointment of the chair of the illegitimate 1737 committee. We'd like to underscore yet again, any such attempts are doomed to fail. We urge our Western colleagues to stop such groundless and unconstructive political paradigms, stop pursuing them, because they are dealing a serious blow to the effectiveness of our joint work. We cannot but remind you that the Russian Federation, together with China, has done everything within its power to prevent such a difficult, very difficult legal and procedural situation from coming to pass. At the height of disagreements over the snapback, we put forward a depoliticized and balanced draft resolution on a technical rollover of Resolution 2231 for a period of 6 months. If that document had been adopted, it would have helped us to freeze the situation for a little longer, giving the settlement of disagreements on the Iranian nuclear program without creating such a crisis at the Security Council, giving this opportunity a chance. Well, Western states and other delegations supporting them did not seize that opportunity. Subsequent events, especially those that we've had to bear witness to over the last week and a half, clearly demonstrate that diplomatic settlement was not part of the plan for the US and their allies from the very beginning. They knowingly raised the stakes, they whipped up hysteria surrounding supposed plans Iran had to get a nuclear weapon. They were never corroborated by IAEA reports, in contrast to what the US representative asserted today. This was done in order to undertake yet another military venture against Tehran and to ensure greater escalation of the situation in the Middle East and beyond. Against this backdrop, we'd like to remind you that the Russian Federation categorically condemns the act of military aggression against Iran by the US and Israel in violation of the UN Charter and the basic norms of international law.
They learned it from you.
Such actions cannot be justified
They learned it
in any
from
way,
you,
shape, or
Dad.
and the groundless and divorced from reality insinuations surrounding the Iranian program aimed at peaceful development of the atom cannot serve as rationale either. Linked to today's meeting, we cannot but underscore that while previously US colleagues had no legal grounds for raising the issue of resuming the anti-Iranian resolutions of the Security Council and the restoration of the 1737 committee. Previously, it had no legal rationale. Now it doesn't even have any moral rationale. Our country will continue to do everything within its power to counter such attempts. We'll also facilitate all initiatives aimed at reverting the situation surrounding Iran to the realm of political and diplomatic settlement.
Please share the broadcast. Thank you.
My delegation disseminated among council members a draft resolution calling an immediate cessation of military hostilities by all parties. Our document was balanced, it was unbiased, and depoliticized. As we said yesterday during the vote, the Russian text was focused on condemning any strikes on civilians and civilian infrastructure, as well as the need to ensure security for all states in the Middle East and beyond. The text also urged all parties involved to immediately go back to the negotiating table. We believe that it is such initiatives, rather than attempts to use the Security Council to promote politicized and illegal paradigms, it is such initiatives that will allow the Security Council to fulfill its direct responsibility to maintain international peace and security. We regret that a number of council members didn't find the strength to support the Russian draft. I thank you.
I thank the representative for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, President. China has just stated its position regarding the 1737 committee and its opposition to the convening of this meeting. China doesn't intend to comment on the committee's work. However, as a council member, China wishes to emphasize the following on the current situation of the Iranian nuclear issue and its path forward.
Remember,
First,
English in your right
use of
ear,
force is not
Chinese
the right
in
way
your
to
left
resolve
ear.
international
So
disputes.
remove the one that you want
Sovereignty,
in order to hear
security,
just the
territorial
language you
integrity
want to
must
hear.
be respected. The United States and Israel must immediately stop their military operations, refrain from attacking Iranian nuclear facilities under IAEA safeguards, avoid further escalation of the tension, and prevent the conflict from spreading across the entire Middle East region. All parties should maintain calm and restraint, fulfill their obligations under international law, and effectively safeguard the safety of civilians and civilian infrastructure. The international community should send a clear and unequivocal message opposing the regression of the world to the law of the jungle. Second, the Iranian nuclear issue must ultimately return to the track of a political and diplomatic settlement. I want to emphasize that it was precisely the United States that unilaterally withdrew from JCPOA, which triggered the Iranian nuclear crisis. It was also the United States that, in total disregard of its own credibility, on 2 occasions joined Israel and resorted to blatant use of force against Iran during the negotiation process, which rendered the diplomatic efforts futile. The United States, as the instigator of the Iranian nuclear crisis, its conduct violates the international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. China strongly opposes to such conduct.
Yeah, but you don't with Russia.
China strongly condemns such conduct.
But you don't with Russia.
We urge the U.S. to change its course of action immediately and return to the course of diplomatic negotiations and clearly undertake not to use of force and engage with Iran on negotiations and reach a solution that meets the expectations of the international community. The relevant European countries should cease to fan the flames. They should play a constructive role in easing tensions.
Is he talking to countries like their children?
China commends the regional countries and the IAEA for their mediation efforts and support their continued assistance in resuming negotiations to promote a peaceful solution to the Iranian nuclear issue. Third, fairness and justice must be upheld, and Iran's right as a state party to the NPT to peaceful uses of nuclear energy must be safeguarded. Iran has repeatedly affirmed that it doesn't seek to develop nuclear weapons. Even after its nuclear facilities were attacked, it continued to cooperate with the IAEA and engaged in a constructive manner in multiple rounds of professional and pragmatic talks with the United States. Iran's sincerity should be taken seriously. IAEA reports and its Director General have both stated that there is no evidence indicating that Iran plans to manufacture nuclear weapons. The experience with the JCPOA demonstrates that comprehensive and stringent safeguards applied to Iran can fully ensure the peaceful nature of its nuclear program. Fourth, the starting point for Council actions should be to ease tensions and to safeguard lasting peace and stability in the Middle East. Such actions shouldn't be biased, nor should they become tools for sanctions and pressure to serve the political agendas of individual countries. The Council should help the parties build trust, bridge differences, and create favorable conditions for resuming negotiations, ensuring that dialogue proceeds smoothly and effectively in an environment free from the threat of force. A certain country should stop manipulating the Council for political purposes. Despite divisions among Council members, pushing for the reimposition of sanctions will only deepen confrontation and undermine prospects for a political settlement.
I'm not really a good, I don't know how to teach singing. I do have the name of a vocal coach,
bears
though
on the
Max is
authority and
fine.
effectiveness of the global non-proliferation regime and is
I mean, I
crucial
could
to
certainly,
peace
I
and
would
stability in the
love to
Middle
play,
East.
though.
As a permanent member of the Council and a JCPOA participant, China will continue to uphold an objective and impartial position, enhance communication and coordination with all parties, build consensus, uphold justice, and play a constructive role in restoring peace to the Middle East and advancing the political solution to the Iranian nuclear issue. I thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
I love the Panamanian representative.
Mr. President, in the current context of tensions in the Middle East, the situation regarding Iran's nuclear program remains a matter that we must increasingly pay urgent attention to as an international community. The Republic of Panama remains of the firm belief that non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction stands as a priority for international security and global stability. With this in mind, we reiterate our commitment to the functioning, which we do hope will be optimal, of the committee established pursuant to Resolution 1737 that was reinstated on the basis of decisions taken by this Council. This mechanism is a key tool to oversee the implementation of the measures adopted in the field of non-proliferation, as well as in order to promote compliance with the relevant resolutions and reinforce the credibility of the multilateral sanctions regime in relation to the Iranian nuclear matter. The Republic of Panama is of the view, moreover, that the technical, appropriate and uninterrupted work of this committee, as well as that of other subsidiary bodies, is of pivotal importance to guarantee the proper implementation of the measures agreed upon respectively, and to facilitate dialogue, the exchange of information and cooperation between states as a complement to the work of verification done by the International Atomic Energy Agency. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the issue of reinstating the 1737 committee, we would like to make clear that we consider this valid and legitimate. All subsequent actions towards restarting the work of the committee have our full support. This follows 2 votes in September where the Council decided on this matter, including on the snapback mechanism on the 19th of September. Linked to this
Okay, I'm going to make an executive decision here, because I think what they're going to do is continue to argue that this commission should even start. And I've dropped some links about the commission, and we'll come back to that, but I think they're going through the functional piece of arguing about the agenda. Hi, Carrie. How are you? Hi, Max. Oh, thank you so much, Max. I made myself a note to go back and get her website, but that's great. Thank you so much. So Max, Max is going to drop the vocal coach information in the Discord, and I'm happy to even just, I mean, I don't know what I do, because I don't think I have very great technique. I don't think I have my head voice and my body voice as much, aligned. So sometimes it's blah, blah, blah. So, but I would give you any advice you want about singing. I just say sing, open your mouth, really like open wide. And, kind of just, and be confident, because it's just like, doesn't really matter. And when I start to fuck up, what do? I just make up words, which, is probably why I'm not a world famous singer right now, but that's okay too. That's okay too. One of these days I'll be at some dive bar singing, sitting near a piano. Okay, so, but what I wanted to do was check in on the NATO folks.
The ocean
and so what I'm going to do is go back. I'm going to go back a little bit. This is the EUCOM and TRANSCOM commanders testify on the fiscal year 27 military budget, but of course questions I hope should inevitably come up around the particular actions now. I know my audio got fucked up, and I don't know. Every time I turn on my system, something different happens. Isn't that weird? Like, I don't know. It's me and this board. I have to figure out how to use the board properly, and it's a little more complicated than I have been able to figure out. So it's a me problem, and probably can be fixed. So, sorry, oh wait, actually, I think I can do that, and that sounds a little bit better, maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. Actually, maybe that's a little better. Okay, and so let me go ahead and tee this up a little bit. Let's see. Na 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 na. I don't care about Joni Ernst. Yeah. Oh, Tim Kaine is fine. I hate Joni Ernst. Hey, Joni Ernst said that, people die all the time. Aw, thanks, Carrie. I really love to sing. I've always loved to sing. I've just never done anything with it. And so, because I worked all my life and wasn't talented enough to multitask and try and pursue a singing career. Is it better? It's because I turned off something. I don't know what. Okay, so let's go ahead and check in on the NATO commanders testifying about their budget, but also probably, hopefully, being asked some questions about, this particular moment that we're in. I kind of did, but I don't know. It's a whole thing. I don't know. Okay, let's see what happens when I push buttons here. Okay. Let's see.
Our abilities and make sure they're not being exploited. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kaine, I understand you intend to yield your time to a person who is not yet in the room.
That is correct, so I'll take my time.
I think that would be the best backup plan. You're recognized.
Thank you. America's been at war with Iran for 12 days. The cost to our troops, to everyday Americans, and to innocent Iranian civilians, even school children, are dramatic. The war is deeply unpopular. To begin, the war is illegal. The Constitution makes plain that only Congress can declare war. The reason for this provision was articulated by Abraham Lincoln. Kings had always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending that the good of the people was the object. This our convention understood to be the most kingly of all kingly oppressions, and they resolved to so frame the Constitution that no one man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. The president has escalated his use of military to carry out hostilities all over the globe without Congress, while threatening military action against many more nations. We're at war because of the unilateral actions of one man who has grown very confident that Congress will not challenge his kingly behavior. The war is unprecedented. We've heard from the president many shifting reasons for the war, but senators have now heard both publicly from the Secretary of State and from multiple sessions of civilian and military leaders.
I don't know what trans is. It might be trans-Pacific? Not sure.
The president sent our sons and daughters, spouses, and if that occurred, Iran would likely target U.S. troops for retaliation. The trigger event of this war was Israel's decision to invade Iran on February 28. We could have avoided this war by persuading Israel that it shouldn't invade and that doing so would hurt its ally, America, and cause global instability. There's no evidence that we tried to do that. Or we could have focused on protecting our own troops from retaliation following an Israeli invasion. Instead, President Trump decided to join an invasion of Iran initiated by another nation. He is not the first American president who has been urged to take this step. Others wisely resisted. He did not. The war is unnecessary. Iran and America were allies during and after World War II until America engineered the toppling of Iran's democratically elected government in 1953. That act, followed by 26 years of a brutal dictatorship that the U.S. helped fund, created deep hostility between our two nations, formerly friends. When the Iranian people finally threw off that oppressive dictatorship in 1979, that hostility resulted in 5 decades of violence between our countries, the facts of which are well known to American and Iranian citizens alike.
No,
Iran engages in dangerous behavior toward the U.S. its neighbors and its
yeah.
citizens. But does that danger, more than 6,000 miles from our shores,
This is
warrant
what
the
theater
sacrifice
they're
of our troops,
commanding, I
the
guess.
killing of innocent civilians, and the expense of billions of taxpayer dollars? If more war between Iran and the United States were the answer, we would have found it sometime in the last 73 years. We had a diplomatic off-ramp to decades of hostility in the Iranian nuclear deal that the U.S. and Iran, together with our European allies plus China and Russia, negotiated in 2015. President Trump's decision to abandon that deal, even though it was working and even though many of his closest advisors told him to maintain it, ushered in a sharp spike of Iranian aggression. American troops are dying because this nation's political leadership tragically abandoned diplomacy. We owe our troops better than this. They serve with such skill and bravery. But as our experiences in Vietnam and Iraq have shown, the bravest patriotic service cannot overcome poor civilian decision-making, whether by a president grown too fond of war or a Congress unwilling to provide a check against such behavior. Virginians
Go,
feel
Tim.
this deeply. One of the first casualties of the war, Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzon, lived in Spotsylvania County. Hundreds of Virginians are now deployed with the Ford Carrier Strike Group. More have received orders that they'll deploy with the Bush Carrier Strike Group. Their families ask me, have we learned nothing? From 25 years of war in the Middle East, more than 14,000 American troops and contractors dead, more than 65,000 injured, more than $8 trillion spent that could have gone to our education, our healthcare, or economic development. Have we learned nothing? Like all in this room, I pray that this war ends soon. Virginians have suffered this year as a sputtering economy burdened by tariffs and chaos produces higher prices, fewer jobs, and slower growth. Gas has gone up 60 cents a gallon in the last 11 days, costing Virginians nearly $5 million a day just in increased fuel costs. We need a president who will honor his promises to avoid foreign wars of choice and strengthen the economy here at home. And we need a Congress who will not stand silent as these promises are broken. I yield back.
Senator Scott, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to thank our troops. I had the opportunity to serve in the Navy at the tip of weapons. General,
Rick Scott, you're a Medicare fraud. Rick Scott, you're a Medicare fraud.
Everything happening in
fraud.
Iran and the Middle East right now highlights the how critical the maritime domain is, not just for our ability to sustain military operations, but for the global economy. I want to drill into this a little bit with you. So first, on March 2nd, while docked at the port in Bahrain, the U.S. flagged tanker Stena Imperative was struck by projectiles that caused a fire on board. Are you familiar with this, General?
I'm aware, Senator.
Yeah. Thankfully, the crew is safe. One shipyard worker was killed. That vessel's part of MARAD's tanker security program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how many tankers are enrolled in that program?
Sir, the program is fully subscribed at this point, and it's upwards of 60.
Upwards of 60.
Excuse me, if you're talking about the tanker security program.
Yes.
Yes, we currently have 10 that are funded.
Okay.
Can you show
10
the
that are
fucking
funded.
senator?
This ship, Stena Imperative, was one of those. It's now damaged. So obviously not a large fleet, 10 ships. So
that
when
Mark
even
Kelly?
just one of these vessels is damaged or unavailable, it can have an outsized impact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in your opening statement, you highlighted the importance of the commercial maritime industry to TRANSCOM's strategic sea lift capability during a crisis. And I agree with that. But what we're seeing in the Middle East also demonstrates that we need to do more to support the commercial industry we rely on. So let me ask a practical question here. So since TRANSCOM relies on commercial vessels that require insurance, what happens when no one is willing to insure ships that are operating in a conflict zone?
We have the ability to employ them in a maneuver scheme in conjunction with the theater commanders. Part of that also drives us to plan with the theaters to make sure that we have force protection with them as well, but to meet the need. We fully understand.
Can you explain, General,
That didn't answer the question.
tender security program that you just mentioned? I mean, is this the reinsurance that the President mentioned the other day?
Sir, the tanker security program is our U.S. flagged ships.
No. I thought you said something else. So my concern is with the insurance, right?
Yeah.
Can these ships in the tanker security program, the 10 ships, which really 9 are available right now, are they without the required insurance because they're in a conflict zone? How does that affect their ability to be used to our benefit?
There is a provision for war risk insurance. That program, by and large, is run by the Maritime Administration within the Department of Transportation. U.S. TRANSCOM works with them in conjunction. If that is required, there is a conversation and cooperation that exists between the two of us, and we can recommend the requirement for that, at which time the carriers have the opportunity to apply for the insurance.
So do you see this as an issue today, that it's going to be challenging to get some of these ships underway through the Straits of Hormuz because of insurance issues, or do you think there's no problem?
Senator, the challenge with transiting the strait really depends on the conditions that exist and actually to make the safe transit. That will depend on the conditions at hand. That will be judged best by the theater commander, in this case, CENTCOM. But once the conditions are set, we'll sail.
So no resistance by the ship owners in the tanker security program to sail as soon as TRANSCOM says it's okay?
We hold conversations with the ship owners several times a week. There's an information exchange that exists. There's also a forum that we have called the Executive Working Group. In that, we advise them of the situation. We point out to them what's going on. They fully understand the risk, and they also give advice to us in terms of the best way ahead.
If I could just have 30 more seconds, Mr. Chairman. So, you know, I think a lot of this highlights, we only have 10 ships in the tanker security program. MSC has a limited number of vessels. Would you agree that our country needs a whole-of-government national maritime strategy so that our maritime transportation system is prepared for crises? When we look at a conflict going across the Pacific, in the Western Pacific, let's say, in the future, you know, with China, are we prepared with our current maritime industry to support a long-term conflict with a near-peer adversary?
Senator, I'll tell you that if we were given the task to go today, we would all go.
CHUB CEO.
We would all take what we have and we would execute and support the combatant commander and their needs based on what they require. I will tell you that there is a lot of work to be done to strengthen the health of the fleet, to strengthen the health of the workforce. Part of the challenge of that is cargo. Having cargo available will actually drive the overall plan for the demand to build ships, the demand to have the ships, and work to be done by the crews.
Well, thank you, General, because I'm out of time, but that's what that issue is addressed in my bipartisan Ships for America Act. So I hope to move that legislation forward so you're in a better position to be able to do your job. Thank you.
General Reed, have you had a chance to look at the Ships for America Act?
Senator, I have. Excuse me, Chairman, I have.
You have?
Yes, I have.
What do you think about it? You got a pretty good suggestion.
Hey, I don't think he's supposed to be
Chairman,
a political person.
There are a lot of aspects in that, and it's incredibly comprehensive. And it does address a lot of things, but it does bring home the fact that we do need a comprehensive approach with comprehensive investment. And we also need to make sure that there's a provision to invite the commercial leaders as well to help us through this. In the end, the fundamental success will ultimately be driven by the amount of cargo. And when we have cargo, that will drive the demand for shipping. We'll find a way to actually construct here, and then we'll actually have the crews because they'll have work to do.
Well, thank you for that insight. Senator Sheehy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would second what Senator Kelly was saying and some others that we need to be focusing not just on our exquisite platforms, but also the broader capacity of the logistics system that's going to support that frontline fight. And to that end, to General Reed, and I'm sorry you're getting all the inbounds here, but specifically I'd like to talk about our future airlift platforms. We spend a lot of time in these hearing rooms.
Sorry,
we did it, why
I'm
we
going to
did
skip
what our
around a little
strategy
bit.
is. But one thing has emerged just in the last few days. There is a clear winner in this war. The clear winner is Vladimir Putin in Russia. Estimates released a few hours ago are that Russia has reaped $6 billion of benefit from this war since it began just 2 weeks ago. It's about $400 million a day from the increase in oil prices and the easing of sanctions, which is somewhat puzzling to me. So I just think the record should show that the real winner so far is Vladimir Putin to the tune of $6 billion in 2 weeks.
Angus,
General
so cold
Reid,
your hair this morning.
can you give me a percentage, if we had a serious need for transport, what percentage of the transport on the sea and in the air would be commercial carriers who are under contract to TRANSCOM?
Senator, day to day in competition, about 40% of what we fly around the skies is commercial. When we transition to crisis or conflict, we make a conscious decision on where we actually employ the commercial aircraft. Even as we're supporting operations in CENTCOM today, the commercial airlines are supporting us in high volume in places outside the theater.
So in a conflict situation, that 40% would go up, I presume.
If it's required, yes. In the case of Sea Lift, once the Ready Reserve Force makes the initial surge, commercial really plays in for sustainment, and greater than 90% of all the sustainment is done by the commercial fleet.
Okay, that's what worries me. You have controlled, and I'm sure pay great attention to cyber possibilities. But we're talking about hundreds, if not thousands, of commercial carriers who may or may not be as secure in terms of cyber as you are. My question is, what steps do we take to ensure that this, you said 90% on the ships, 40, 50, 60% in the air.
There's a background on the transport command,
to ensure
the gentleman who's testifying on their behalf.
From a cyber attack, because
that
if
link if
we're
you want
in
to know
a
what they're
serious
all
conflict
about.
with a significant adversary, the first thing that's going to happen is a major cyber attack to attempt to blind us and disable our transportation system. Do you red team, for example, the commercial carriers to determine the extent of their cyber vulnerability?
Senator, we do, and there's a lot of cooperation in that realm. We operate mainly through two different channels. So within the Department of War, when we organize and plan, that is done on secure systems, and we have a lot of help to make sure that we can protect ourselves.
I understand that. What I'm worried about is Delta Airlines security if they're called upon to be transporting troops and the extent to which they can be penetrated, their systems, not yours, but theirs.
Yes, Senator. Once that planning is complete, we do have some secure channels with the commercial transportation providers. And also we red team and we cooperate and provide help with them for cyber hygiene. Among some of the sources are Cybercom, National Security Agency, as well as the Department of War Cyber Crime Center.
I would urge you to step up those efforts because this is where the first wave of the attack is going to come. General Grinkowitz, to what extent are the Russians, and there's been some discussion about this, probing in Eastern Europe and doing asymmetric warfare in the Baltics, for example, in Poland, disinformation, cyber attacks, even drone incursions? What are the Russians up to? Are they building troops up along their western border?
Yes, Senator, right now we see a fairly robust amount of what we call Russian hybrid activities or asymmetric activities. And you mentioned some of those, whether it's information operations or sabotage and those types of things. There have been several incidences in the Baltics and in Poland in particular over the last several months since I've been in command. As far as conventional troop buildups,
let's put it that way.
Most of the Russian ground forces are focused on Ukraine, so we do not see significant Russian buildups right now. But I know that there are concerns that those could be coming at some point in the future, particularly.
All right, we're behind a little bit in this hearing, but this is basically sorry, my sound is really weird this morning. This is basically the NATO commanders that are both in Europe and the Transport Command, which is responsible for like transporting troops and logistics and movement of equipment, et cetera. And so those two commanders have been Oh, God. Bye, Clark. See you later. Thanks for stopping in, bub. They're testifying about, obviously the preparations and how the NATO part of the troops are preparing or prepared for these things. And this is specifically about their fiscal year 27 budget. But of course, as we know, there's some good questions coming up about the current operations and what we're in. So if you can see the links, there's a couple of links right above that have both the Ships for America Act that Mark Kelly seems to have sponsored, which is relevant to this hearing, and also this little background on the Transport Command. Hi, gal. I've been here just drawing and doodling. Just thought I'd share the ironic fact about stupid admin. Hold on. Oh, I know. I just saw your post. Operation Epic Furry. Sorry, that's what I call it. Shares an acronym, OEF, with another historical failure based on a lie. Operation Enduring Freedom. Remember that? Or more widely known as the war in Afghanistan. So OEF 1 and OEF 2, here we go. Holy shit. Thank you, Cal. Oh my God. So anyway, these are the NATO commanders, and we're going to kind of like listen through some of this. Again, we're a little behind. But I have a lot to read, so don't go anywhere because we have a lot of stuff yet to cover this morning. I'm not going anywhere. I might have to go to the ladies' room quickly, but then otherwise we're going. Oops, sorry.
President Zelensky was here. What would be the one thing he would tell us that he needed right now? I suspect you hear that fairly regularly.
Yes, sir. He would ask for air defense capability based on the Russian attacks on his heating and electrical infrastructure.
And a great deal of our air defense capability is now tied up in the Gulf region. Is that correct?
Senator, yeah, we do have a robust set of air defense capabilities in the Middle East, and I've used some of our EUCOM air defense capabilities to defend some of our NATO allies as well.
In the Middle East?
What?
Near the Middle East, if you will, in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Okay, so air defense capabilities have been moved toward the Middle East as a result of this conflict. That's correct.
Ah, this is the NATO.
Yes,
yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cotton.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your appearance today, and more importantly, for your service. General Grinkowicz, it's well known that Iran has supplied Russia with hundreds, maybe thousands of one-way attack drones since the start of the Ukraine conflict.
Oh my God!
I assume you agree.
Isn't this guy? Wait, isn't he in a love triangle with himself or something? What isn't he? Wait, is it him or the other one? Is it Josh Cotton or Tom Hawley? Which one? Which one is in the sexcapade? Wait, isn't there a sexcapade about Josh? Is it Josh Hawley? God damn it, it is, isn't it? God, they look alike. I'm going to tell you right now. Mediocre white dudes. Okay, Josh Hawley's sexcapade. Sex scandal. Isn't there a sex scandal? Isn't there a sex scandal? There are no credible reports. No? Okay. Well, I know I heard something about Josh Cotton or Tom Hawley, one of the two dipshits.
Counter drone warfare lessons
let's see.
that Ukraine and EUCOM has
learned
from that fight to the forces in the Middle East today, and tanker and mobility aircraft to sustain an operation
Tom
like
Cotton.
Fury.
God damn it. I know it is. I just call him Tom Hawley.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
No.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Tom Hawley and Josh Cotton.
Thank you, Senator Cotton.
That's how, because they're interchangeable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They're the same people.
Thank you both for being here today and for your service.
I know. I can't. Oh, my God.
General Grinkowicz, I recently visited Ukraine, and in addition to going to Odessa to visit with the men and women of the Ukrainian Armed Services who are serving there, also met with the American Chamber of Commerce, 600 major businesses with operations in Ukraine. Almost half of them have been targeted an attack by Russia. Within days of my visit, an Oreo manufacturing plant was hit by Russian attacks. Are you looking into the attacks on American businesses in Ukraine? Are you familiar with that issue?
Senator, I am familiar with that. This is mostly managed through the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, who takes those reports and sends them back through State Department channels. But our defense attaché office is also aware of them and reports them to me.
Are you taking action to protect those businesses?
Sir, we are not taking any direct action, but I would tell you that all the support that the Department and the United States provides to Ukraine is certainly going to have a benefit for those businesses as the Ukrainians fight back against the Russian assaults.
Isn't an attack on those businesses, in effect, an attack on American interests?
Sir,
attack on American property, is it not?
Certainly it is, Senator. I think it's a complex issue. And from a policy perspective, the approach that we've taken is to try to help the Ukrainians to defend things that are within their country as best as possible. And so that's where we're focused in EUCOM.
Wouldn't you recommend that we take a more aggressive posture vis-a-vis Russia when it's attacking our businesses purposefully? These are not mistakes. Close to 300 American businesses have been damaged significantly as a result of these attacks targeting them by Russia.
Yeah, Senator, it's certainly a tragedy that Russia targeting is indiscriminate. It's indiscriminate against American businesses. It's indiscriminate against other targets across Ukraine. As we think about how do we best enable the Ukrainians to fight back against the Russians, all of this goes into our calculus.
Well, I respectfully disagree with your use of the word indiscriminate. It is very discriminating. They are purposely targeting hospitals. I saw a hospital specifically destroyed in large part. They are targeting electric generation facilities, which I also saw, and they are targeting American businesses, discriminating in a very purposeful way. Let me move on.
I'll give you a little extra time. Do you agree with that, General Grinkowicz?
Excuse me? Isn't it my time?
Yeah, Senator, I do agree. So when I use the word indiscriminate, I'm applying to the moral lens, perhaps, that they're looking at this through, and that they aren't discriminating in the way that we would under the law of armed conflict as to what the targets are.
Yeah, I think you and the Senator actually agree on that. You can resume your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think your questions were helpful, and I appreciate the distinction that you're drawing, General. EUCOM is the global integrator for all defense matters relating to Russia. So I'm presuming you know about Russia's role in the war with Ukraine. I know you've been asked a bit about it so far. I am assuming the public reports are correct and that Russia is aiding Ukraine. Can you tell us more about requests from aiding Iran? Can you tell us more about the requests from Iran to Russia for assistance and how Russia has responded?
Senator, I'm certainly aware of all the public reporting on this. I can go into specifics on your question in the classified session, but I would just echo what Secretary Hegseth has said recently, that if Russia is doing this, they would be wise to reconsider providing any assistance to the Iranians during Epic Fury.
You believe that we should respond aggressively to that kind of assistance that's putting our men and women in greater harm's way?
Yeah.
Senator, anytime anyone puts American service members in harm's way in any manner whatsoever, I believe we should respond robustly.
Why haven't we done it?
Yeah.
Senator, I am confident that we are responding robustly to anyone who is assisting the Iranians with targeting U.S. forces.
Really? What are we doing?
Perhaps you can tell us more in a classified
Yeah,
setting.
tell us what you're doing with Russia.
Thank you.
Russia.
Thank you very much, Senator Budd.
Thank you, Chairman.
This is
General
such a
Gingrich,
fucking
it's
foobar.
good to see you. Thanks for the meeting yesterday, very informative. You know, much of the discussion of
Mr.
the
Bud
Russia-Ukraine
is coloring
war
his hair.
is focused just on those two countries. But I want to talk about other nations that are assisting the Russians, if you will. Talk about North Korea in the Russia-Ukraine conflict
I don't
throughout
care what you
EUCOM.
think. You support a pedophile.
Senator, we
Nobody
have
cares
a
what you
robust
think.
set of agreements with allies and partners that we stitch together a very comprehensive air picture. Certainly, it's not perfect, but I'm very confident that we're on the right path to make it better. But we do have very good awareness, particularly in and around Ukraine.
I'm concerned about the uncertainty around the purchase of the E-7 Wedgetail. That's affecting our NATO partners who also canceled E-7 orders last November.
Okay, bye.
The E-7 was the plan for a while, but now we're looking at
don't.
other options based
I
on
don't care
affordability and
right
who is
now.
purchasing the E-7. Depending on where the United States goes, considering the E-7 in the future, it may be back on the table or it may not, but we're looking at it closely.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Grinkovich noted that the Russian people are probably not given accurate information on Russia's war against Ukraine. So I do think that it is very important for the American people to know what is happening with regard to Iran. So before I begin my questions, I'd like to take a moment to highlight for the American people the cost of this president's reckless decision to take our country into war with Iran without congressional authorization. 7 brave U.S. service members have been killed, 150 wounded, 8 severely injured, over $11 billion in the first 6 days, and this is day 13. So we're likely closer to $20 billion already spent on this, what I would consider an illegal war, with no end in sight and no plan for what will come next. Oil prices are going up. As noted, the major beneficiary of this is Russia. And despite how impressive and professional our military is, this is a real war. It is not a game. It is certainly not an excursion. And it is important, even if the president won't, to acknowledge when errors happen. Preliminary findings of the strike on an elementary school in Iran that killed 175 civilians, mostly children, point to U.S. responsibility. But this tragedy didn't happen in a vacuum. Secretary Higgs said in his misguided attempt to focus on lethality, gutted the office that focuses on mitigating civilian casualties, reducing personnel there from 200 people to less than 40. In that kind of an environment, errors can occur, and as noted once again by General Grinkovich, what may have happened in the instance of the killing of all these school children as it's just a error upon error, a chain of errors, as he put it. So we mourn the deaths of our brave soldiers, but as this war continues, there will be more civilian deaths. There will be more cost to our American families. And I joined all those who pray that this war will end, even if there is really no articulated end in sight. I'd like to start my questions with General Reed. Well, it was nice to meet with you the other day. And TRANSCOM is playing a vital role supporting this war in Iran, even though, as I noted, I totally disagree with the president's decision to launch this war. That said, this war is placing significant demands on our acknowledged aging air mobility and refueling fleets, both of which need to be recapitalized. I'm also concerned this war is going to impact TRANSCOM's ability to support important planned exercises and training in other theaters, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. General Reed, have you had to cancel or scale back any planned TRANSCOM exercises with Indo-PACOM because of this war?
Senator, since the start of the war, we have certainly surged to meet the need of CENTCOM. One of the things we've been able to do is to get access to greater numbers of Guard and Reserve to assist with that. In addition, access to Guard and Reserve also helps to preserve our ability to support other combatant commanders as well, to include exercises in the Pacific. In addition to that, we also work with the Joint Staff to make sure that as the needs arise, that we can meet the needs as best we can while we support the warfight.
So you're telling me that as this war against Iran continues, that you are needing to make adjustments with regard to any needs, particularly in Indo-PACOM, because we have a lot of exercises that are really important with our allies in that part of the world. So you are having to make adjustments. Will you commit to informing this committee if TRANSCOM is unable to fully support upcoming exercise in Indo-PACOM or other combatant commands?
Yes, Senator.
For General Grinkovich, one of the United States' greatest asymmetric, I'm running out of time. Mr. Chairman, may I finish my question?
Yes, ma'am.
I did want to get your sense that we are stronger when we work closely with our international partners. And would you agree, General, that this requires constant investment in interoperability and training as technology and threats evolve? Would you agree with that?
Senator, I would, and we focus on that every single day at U.S.-European Command.
There's a whole series of questions that follows our need to maintain that kind of interoperability, and I will submit those questions as well as others for the record.
We'll take another round if necessary, and of course,
Thank you,
there'll be
Mr.
a
Chairman.
classified portion. Senator Slotkin is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to both of you for being here, and thanks for all you're doing to support the significant effort that's going on in the Middle East. It's hard, as someone who was at the Pentagon and at the CIA, it's hard to miss, I think, two important trends that are happening in this war in the Middle East that are connected, I think, to what you all do. One is just, I feel like the conversation on drones has come home to roost.
Thank you, Granny.
The Pentagon over many administrations, Democrat and Republican, has had this unbelievably glacially slow process of acquisition. And so even though we know that the drones we build are big and expensive and take 2 years to build and they're $30 million and you can buy them off Amazon, we just haven't been able to get them into the doctrine, into the force in a serious way. And now I feel like, unfortunately, we're paying the price for that. This is a different chapter in American warfare with the Shahed drones from Iran killing American forces, hitting U.S. embassies, hitting civilian targets in, I think, 11 other countries, evading our air defenses, which are set up for much bigger projectiles. And then we've had, I think, according to press reports, 11 MQ-9s downed in the course of 2 weeks. The Iranians are figuring out how to bleed us with money and with time, to the point where we now have Ukrainian advisors coming from Ukraine to train us, right? Because they're the experts. And it's not for either of you two to respond to, but I just feel like, we need to understand that warfare has fundamentally changed. And if Iran is able to hold us at bay and continue that power projection, we keep hearing that the reason why, or one of the reasons why we went to this war is because of Iran's power projection. They're now holding the Persian Gulf at bay. We can't move ships through it. And they're able to use low-cost drones, $20,000 to $50,000 each, to kill U.S. forces. So I hope this is in a moment of inflection for the Pentagon, for all of us, that unless we understand how to more quickly get our acquisition system to be responsive, we're going to continue to lose our soldiers.
Well, how about we stop
I hope that's
fighting
a major
a war,
lesson that we're all learning.
Elise.
The second one is the role of Iran and China. I'm sorry,
Hi, meowing.
Russia and China
Fucking
in
bitch.
supporting Iran.
I don't like Elise Locken.
I know we can't talk about it in an open setting, but
She's fine for some things, but
there's
mostly,
press
meh.
reports that the Russians are helping target U.S. ships and aircraft.
I think she's a centrist.
And I just hope we can all be on the same page. And certainly in Europe, you understand the threat of Russia, that if Russia is helping to kill U.S. forces, we have crossed a Rubicon. We are in another moment. And that we have to take decisive action on that. And instead, we're giving them breaks on oil. They're making a ton of money.
Yep.
And all the weapons and all the systems that we need for this war are what we would have otherwise given Ukraine to defend themselves. So I just hope we're all on the same page on this committee on a bipartisan basis, that the situation with drones in this war and the situation with Russia in helping to potentially kill American forces and target our weapons and our systems, our ships, they are new. And we need to adjust to that new reality. Can you just tell me in my last minute here, General Grinkovich, I'm concerned that we're going to lose a lot of capabilities out of Europe, and then this administration's never going to put them back in. Can you talk about the importance of capability in Europe?
Yes, Senator, thanks. I think having capability in Europe ultimately provides options for this administration or any administration in the event of a conflict. And, I would highlight that in my opening statement, I talked about one of the missions of U.S. European Command is to serve as a power projection platform. And so it is having capabilities in Europe, munitions in Europe that allow us to help U.S. Africa Command to target terrorists in Africa, or to help U.S. Central Command as they execute Operation Epic Fury. And so, the distances are shorter, it's less expensive, and it's much easier to project power with our network of bases and allies.
I would just say American power is still important, and deterrence is the best option, and the way we do that is with capabilities.
So many women like
if anyone thinks that Vladimir Putin is deterred when we leave Europe, I would love to sell them a bridge. Thanks very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Slotkin. Senator Banks.
Although I appreciate her coming out and saying what she did about illegal orders.
We hear a lot.
So again, nobody is a monolith.
Democrats often about how our European allies don't.
We're also going to yell out when you fuck
President
up.
Trump has pushed them away. But could you talk for a minute about what President Trump has taught us in Operation Epic Fury about how to
Epic Fury?
How to bring our European allies on board? It seems like the
European pillar within.
I don't want to hear it. I don't give a shit.
The war against Iran. With
I love Tammy.
Across much of the infrastructure that folks like General Reed would rely on to flow forces either across or into the continent.
So you're seeing progress on this front? Do all of our NATO allies share our concern about Chinese technology?
Why were you part of J6,
the allies
Mr. Banks?
Would traditionally put in a category
Mr.
where
Banks?
they didn't pay attention to this. When we highlight it today, they absolutely understand the threat and the risk, and they take action.
And would it likewise be helpful if our allies remove China from satellite ground stations in the Arctic?
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Chairman. We're now in the second week of President Trump's illegal war against Iran with no end in sight. And I fear the longer that this war goes on, it will have lasting impacts on the readiness of our military to respond to crises and threats elsewhere. Meanwhile, this administration is hiding its incompetence behind the valor of our military men and women, as if questioning why we're at war is equal to questioning the valor of our troops. We all know that that is not true. I know that our military will always do the best and most professional job possible. But that means that we here in these chambers, who are the elected representatives of the American people, are beholden to do our job and make sure that this is the right war, one that is worth our troops' sacrifices. And we can't forget that that sacrifice extends to our logisticians and support staff, as we've been tragically reminded by the 6 soldiers of the 103rd Sustainment Command that we lost last week. Any time that we conduct significant military action, especially on this scale, we must understand the demands that it puts on our military. By choosing this illegal war, one that he still cannot justify, Trump has put our service members at risk in completely unnecessary ways. 7 service members have been killed, 7 families had to hear the worst news of their lives, and the department has now confirmed at least 140 service members have been wounded, 8 severely. And with the expansion of this campaign, including to overhead air air operations within Iran and possible naval escorts, our troops may be at even greater risk going forward. General Reed, TRANSCOM has been working for years to modernize our global patient movement enterprises for the complexities of large-scale combat operations. Can you explain the challenges that our medical evacuation system faces in transporting critical care patients when airspaces and maritime routes are contested, as we're seeing currently happening in the Middle East?
Senator, initially what has to happen is we need to put the entire system in place. That requires us to forward stage teams, not just the teams that will provide the care, but the teams who actually provide the scheduling and the teams who have the initial communications with higher level facilities along the route. Sometimes we have to put those in place in an environment that's contested, and then they continue to serve throughout. But that is done in concert with the theater commander who provides the force protection. And then once the scheduling begins, we then put the aircraft in place at the point in time of need. It requires that the patients are stabilized, and once they're assembled, we pick them up, and then we fly them out. We also depend on force protection to clear the airspace so that the aircraft can get to the next station. And then also important for us is the permission to overfly so that we can have the shortest and the fastest routes.
So to summarize, it's incredibly complex. We need to make investments in this system. There's a lot more work to be done, but you're doing the absolute heroic best with what you have. Our wounded service members and logistics professionals now face the realities of medical evacuation in an airspace, as you've mentioned, contested by missiles and drones from the enemy. I don't believe Trump considered these risks when he chose this war without understanding how it would spread in the region. And I know they're not investing in medical readiness in the Indo-Pacific, where despite the real possibility of military conflict, actually in our national interest, we have actually less medevac experience and much greater distances to cover. Similarly, it's the same situation in Africa. Even before this war, the department underinvested in our medical evacuation system, which is why I've advocated for years to give TRANSCOM and the services the resources that you need to rapidly adapt to future contested environments. These gaps will only widen as we continue to strain our system. General Reed, can you speak to the importance of secure connectivity and the potential impacts, I mean, both logistically, for logistical support, but also its potential impacts on existing gaps to this essential medical evacuation mission? You and I discussed this a little bit the other day.
Yes, Senator, what's important is making sure that we can pass the information on the status of each person that we attend to. Being able to make sure that that information gets established at the point, but also forwarded to the next station. That way we can have the proper physician with the proper care and proper equipment to attend to them. As we continue to press for more secure communications, then we will make sure that there is no drop in the care.
Are you facing some challenges right now?
We are facing challenges in terms of secure funding.
Okay, thank you. This administration's inexcusable poor planning in the lead up to this war of choice has only exacerbated the toll on our logistics system. General Grinkovich, I would not ask you to speak to current operations, but in your experience, do you agree that coordinating with allies and partners before an operation is critical to ensuring that our air assets have the necessary logistical nodes for rest and refueling to reduce the strain on our aging aerial refueling tanker fleet?
Senator, there's always a balance in terms of when you do the coordination, if you have the luxury of it based on operational security concerns to engage with allies and partners and secure access basing and overflight ahead of time, that is incredibly valuable, but there's a host of factors that may limit your ability to do that.
Which person triggers you?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on
You mean-
February
which one
28th,
do you
Donald
mean?
Trump
Not
launched his
Maisie.
war against
Maisie
Iran.
wouldn't.
By March 1st, Iranian
Oh, here we
strikes
go.
at least 6 surrounding countries. But all the Trump administration said to Americans in the region was, exercise caution. On March 2nd, the State Department finally told Americans in over a dozen countries to evacuate, but gave no real guidance on how to do that.
Oops.
As thousands of flights were canceled, the
Hey,
State Department
TRANSCOM
initially
guy.
told Americans to, quote, not rely on the U.S. government for assistance, departure, or evacuation. let's be clear. The Trump administration chose this war. They planned this war for months, and they made no plans to safeguard hundreds of thousands of Americans in the region. There is no excuse for this. And I just want to draw a comparison here. In 2006, the State Department requested support from DOD just 2 days into the war in Lebanon. TRANSCOM arranged ships, commercial charter, and military flights for nearly 15,000 Americans. So, General Reed, let me ask you, if the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense asked TRANSCOM for help to evacuate Americans, would you provide that support?
Senator, I would.
Thank you. So, General Reed, we're almost 2 weeks into this war. Have Secretary Rubio and State Department made any requests for TRANSCOM to help evacuate Americans out of the Middle East?
Senator, on the 28th of February, the Department of State made a request to my department for that, and we have provided some assistance.
So you're saying they made that request back on February 28th?
What?
Yes, Senator.
Really?
So when we called them yesterday, they said they had not asked you for
Excuse me?
assistance. Can you explain why that would be so?
Senator, I cannot explain that.
Are you lying under oath, sir?
And you have been helping them all this time?
Senator, what we have done is through Central Command have responded to the request for the State Department to provide airlift at locations that they have specified.
And how much have you airlifted in this period of time? How many people?
Senator, I'll have to get that.
Oh, you don't know?
Can you give me a rough idea?
Senator, it's been
More
in
than
the
two?
hundreds.
Hundreds?
Hundreds,
Okay.
not in the thousands.
That's correct. But I will say that as we continue to watch the situation, there have been other flights and other opportunities for American citizens to get out of the way. Some of that has been by ground transportation, and some of it has been by commercial charters by the State
Are
Department.
you saying you're not doing more because you think that Americans who are in the region are currently being adequately served by commercial flights and private vehicles out of the region? Is that what you're saying?
Senator, what I'm saying is we have responded to requests for specific tasks in conjunction with the commercial flights and what TRANSCOM is providing. There are a number of ways to get our citizens out of harm's way.
Okay, and what I'm trying to understand is why you're not doing more, because I'm hearing from my constituents who are stranded there, who've been stranded there for 2 weeks, and they're asking for help, and they're not getting help from the U.S. government. And you're telling me that you're not helping because you think they've got plenty of other ways to get out of the region? Or is it that Secretary Rubio is not asking you for that help? I just want to understand who bears responsibility here.
Yeah.
Senator, it is the responsibility of all to care for the citizens that we have in harm's way. And as we receive a tasking and the opportunities to do that, TRANSCOM is responding.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so my constituents and other Americans who are trapped in the region are trapped there because Secretary Rubio is not asking you for help. Is that right? I just want to understand what's happening.
We've been asked for help, and we're available to do that. And so as we are able and the conditions permit with CENTCOM, we are involved in all the coordination to meet our citizens where we can get to them and then transport them to
So you have
safety.
provided all the help you've been asked for. You just haven't been asked for more help. Is that right?
Senator, we have been tasked and we have responded to
I
each of those
understand why
tasks.
he's answering that way.
I understand military speak here, but I don't understand how it is that we could get 15,000 people evacuated shortly after the war in Lebanon, and now we've still got thousands, tens of thousands of people trapped in the region, and I'm not understanding what your answer is here, and I don't think the American people are either.
Thank you, Senator Warren. General Reed, has the State Department contacted
he could
you
answer
in this
differently, though.
regard to ask for help?
The State Department has, just as they did in the response to Lebanon as well, during that time, there were
think it's
provisions
more
to get
raspberry.
people out by sea lift and charter. And so the
Uh-oh, sorry,
amount of
Jim.
people who left with TRANSCOM help as well as State Department charter.
Thank you very
during
much.
that
Senator
time.
Peters.
The Dow is at 50.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Reed, as you're fully aware, the Straits of Hormuz is a strategic choke point in the Middle East with nearly 1/5 of the global petroleum and 3.5 trillion cubic feet of liquefied natural gas annually transits the Straits. The Straits closure that we're seeing right now has left about 1,000 vessels stuck in the Persian Gulf.
Shut up. Oh, they're done.
Convention.
Okay. All right, that's done. Okay, that is done. That's what I would call it. I would call it raspberry. I would call it raspberry anyway. Sorry about the sound today. We've got a little bit of sound issue, but you know what? That's never shocking. That never stops us. Okay, I'm just gonna end that. It's almost over anyway. So, and we basically got the gist, I think. And because we have a lot, there's a lot of stuff. Puce. No, I don't think that's puce. Isn't puce more of a yellow or a green or something? Or is that just, I think of everything, every color I don't know what it is. I think it's like chartreuse and, they're all green. They're all green in my mind. That's what I feel like. They're all green. Gary Peters. I don't like Gary Peters. I'm sorry. I know, but I just don't like him. I'm just not. I just can't listen to him. I know. That's me. Okay, so we have a lot. And there's one thing I want to, well, first, let me just finish this weed. Hold on. Let me finish my weed. I hate this fucking echo that I've got. I'm so sorry. I hope it's not too annoying. I imagine it is. I think I'll spend the rest of my day figuring out what the fuck I did to my soundboard. Or maybe I'll just start over again. Okay, let me get rid of that. Let me take a moment to let me tell you about my best friend. He's a crazy dude. Anyway, I want to tell you about one of our best friends, Jim Stewartson. Boop, boop, boop. I want to say something very, I don't know. I just want to acknowledge this moment. Yesterday, if you don't know, Jim Stewartson, who is one of my dear friends and a dear friend, a dear friend of the show, of course, but just a dear friend to me personally and someone who has stood by my side through thick and thin and always been a really salt of the earth person and someone who cares deeply about his friends and someone who cares deeply about people who have been mind fucked at the hands of people like Mike Flynn and like others in this regime. And he's spent incredible amounts of time documenting what he was seeing and witnessing, especially from the perspective of someone who designed alternate reality games and other things, right? So Jim really devoted a lot of time to that. And as a result, he was targeted by strange people from the internet and the Chans and other there is other litigation. There's Kash Patel is also suing him. So Mike Flynn, because of Jim's work, Mike Flynn sued Jim Stewartson for defamation, etc., around Jim's work around Q and other things. Thanks, Jeff Curry. How you doing, babe? Thanks. So Mike Flynn sued Jim Stewartson for, I don't know, $10 million or something like that, some ridiculous amount. a few years ago. I mean, this has been going on for a few years. However, the troll groups around the internet who have nothing better to do and or are paid, I don't know, don't care, mostly because they're irrelevant and kind of smallish. But they love to dox, they love to stalk, they changed my streaming habits by threatening to swap me and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, these people are shitheads, and they constantly went after Jim's friends, Gal Suburban, me, Jay Rance, you know, anyone who kind of publicly stood with Jim over the last few years. You became a target, right? You became a target. And the harassment of Jim was way more intense than people realize, and way more IRL than people realize. And so it has been a very challenging and expensive and draining few years for Jim. But throughout, he has maintained his kindness and his empathy. He is far more empathic to Magites than I am, because he sees it as something people have been deeply brainwashed on. He understands that people have, you know, biases and bigotry. He wants to reach through that. And that's his thing, man. So I support him 110%. The other thing about Jim you need to know is that when I was going through my betrayal with the people from the convoy who pretended to be my friends, got my personal information, met my daughter, and then turned on me and started doxing me, and have since that time been threatening to sue me, all kinds of things. They're the same people who threatened to swap me and stuff like that. So those folks have interacted online when they're attacking and swarming. They interact online with people like Joe Flynn, right? Mike Flynn Jr., etc. So there's a lot of overlap in the way that these trolls interact with the people who were actually suing Jim and coming after him, right? So whatever that is. Experientially, it really drew people. It draws your energy down. It has been and continues to be just a fucking albatross around your neck. At the same time, you know, what I've learned over the last few years, I took it far more seriously in the beginning and was very destroyed by it. And I'm not destroyed by it now. I still get triggered once in a while, just like a human. But I'm not, I see them for who they are. And Mike Flynn et al. Is that they're just a bunch of fucking trolls who don't care about people. They don't care about democracy. They don't care about justice. They don't care about free speech. They don't care about any of those things. They just want to fuck around on the internet at the least damaging, and they want to ruin people's lives at the most damaging, right? So it's a range. All to say that yesterday, when they were literally going to sit down and talk about going to court, because this has been a few years that this lawsuit has been going back and forth, and depositions and Mike Flynn not showing up and all that kind of stuff, that right before they're supposed to go to court, Mike Flynn dismissed his own case against Jim. After all those years of trying to impoverish Jim, harass him, defame him, all the things that Flynn engaged in as a part of this lawsuit, all the energy that Flynn expended into it, so it must have meant something to him, or he thought he could win. He ended up having to walk away from that. We're not sure, Neil. That's next. He FACO'd. Flynn always chickens out. So 311 for us, for those of us who are in the mode of this, 311 is FACO day. Flynn always chickens out. And so I'm so proud of Jim. When I was betrayed, which is what I was talking about, I'm sorry. When I was betrayed by those people, right? Jim knew who I was interacting with. Not once did Jim say, Lolo, you shouldn't do that. You gotta, if you don't get away from those people, I'm going to cut you off as a friend. Not fucking once did he say that. Because what my friends stood for was, maybe there was a chance I was going to do something like the podcast that this person promised me would happen, right? And they knew how much I wanted to do this and be in broadcast-y type of stuff. So they let me do it, even though those are people who had been on the attack on Jim and everyone knew it. I thought they were putting it aside just to work, because we were friends. But no. That was just all part of their ruse to trick me into giving them as much personal information as I could so that then they could use it against me and make people move away from Jim. But they don't win. They never did win. And I'm going to tell you right now, I know that Jim Stewartson is one of the most honorable people on this planet. And the most steadfast of friends. Because when I cried, Jim said it would be okay. And that everything would be fine. I was not once made to feel that I had done something wrong, that I had been naive, which I was. But not once did my friends, very much Jim included, say to me, you shouldn't be doing this, that, or the other thing. They just said, we love you and we're here. And when you're ready, we're here. And they were. When it all fell apart, Jim, Gal, Jay Rance, Clayberg, Tina, they just hugged me. That's all they did. They just hugged me. And so you can't tell me shit all about Jim Stewartson, okay? You can't tell me fuck all about Jim Stewartson because I know Jim Stewartson. You don't know Jim Stewartson. And I'm so proud of him. I am so proud. After everything he's been through, I am so proud of him for standing strong and doing the right thing and proving that he was right. That he was right. That Mike Flynn is a fucking traitor and that he is behind Q. And Jim Stewartson was right about everything. So I just want to say that. I think people need to know. So if you say, I don't like Jim Stewartson, well, then you have a problem. It's a you problem. It ain't a him problem. It's not a me problem. It's not a gal problem. They fucking made Gal's life a living fucking hell. This is terrible. These people are awful. Anyone associated with the Flynn Flam is awful. So anyway. Suck it, losers. Suck it, losers. So congratulations, Jim Stewartson. Thank you for standing up for free speech. Because that's what he did. He stood up for free speech. That, you know what, you can call people out on their activities, and if they get scared, like that's not his problem. And also, you must fight fascism. Never back down. They will lose if we don't stop. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. Like, I love you too, Sharon. Sharon knows. Sharon's been there, been in the trenches. Teresa's been in the trenches. So yeah, anyway, that's my thing because I wanna shout out my beautiful friends and the fact that they're just so wonderful. And in fact, I'm gonna read you something in that regard that Jim wrote yesterday in relation to this. Because I love my friends. No, anyway, I really needed to say that because people need to know. Oops, wrong one. Wrong one, sorry. Okay, not backing down. This is Jim's Substack from yesterday. I'm not crying, you're crying. Hello, friends. I had just finished the article below about not backing down from bullies when I got a call from my amazing lawyers. Flynn dropped his frivolous lawsuit after 3 years and after putting me hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. This isn't over yet, but the shoe is now on the other foot. So I'll link this so you can see the information. When I took a personal interest in exposing QAnon as a dangerous cult in August 2020, my only impression of Lieutenant General Mike Flynn was that he was the guy who sat next to Putin in December 2015 and 14 months later got fired by Trump, not for illegally talking with the Russians during the 2016 transition, but for getting caught. Once I started digging into QAnon, however, it just took a few days for me to zero in on Mike Flynn as a person of interest. Let me make this a little bigger for y'all. Oops. I'm sorry. Hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Where's this fucking screen? Let's do that and this and that. Dun, 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 dun. It sways so cool and swings so gentle. Sorry. Okay, I'll stop. No, wait, no. What happened? Okay, sorry. Once I started digging into QAnon, it took just a few days for me to zero in on Mike Flynn as a person of interest, for the simple reason that Q believers were uniquely and fervently focused on him, almost as much as Trump himself. Flynn's defense fund, which raised over $8.5 million to pay his conspiracist lawyer, Sidney Powell, was almost entirely paid for by QAnon cult members. The 67-month journey between August 2020 and Tuesday, when I wasted an entire day in a court-ordered proceedings in Mike Flynn's now 3-year-long defamation lawsuit against me, has been more bizarre, traumatic, and frightening than I could have ever imagined. But it has also been the most personally valuable, enlightening, and satisfying project I've ever worked on. Not despite the resistance I've met, the personal cost, and the lawsuits, but because of them. It may be because of my childhood that being bullied by someone like Mike Flynn, someone with infinitely more access to money and power than I do, a convicted felon, a traitor, and a dangerous cult leader, triggers the fight part of the fight or flight reflex in me. Regardless, it did. I'm just built that way. And despite the massive personal cost, I don't regret a single minute of it. The cliche about getting more flack when you're over the target is used by propagandists as a rationale for public pushback on false information. But it truly is powerful, a powerful, effective algorithm when you're looking to expose things that are true. The closer you get to something very sensitive, the more you will be attacked. It's why I knew Flynn was a serious problem in 2020. Anytime I posted about him or Russia, I got mercilessly trolled, often by people who identified as leftist. Almost 6 years later, Flynn, with his 2.2 million followers on X, continues to promote his racist, Christo-fascist QAnon ideology, though people like accused pedophile Matt Gaetz, while promoting ideas like government officials, quote, hanging from lampposts. Let's see. This is Mike Failure. It's Lieutenant General, you bitch. Believe or don't believe, everyone can sense something isn't right. Exorcist Father Chad Rippinger warned in an interview published on Thursday that the stage is almost completely set for the arrival of the Antichrist. This is fucking Mike Flynn, okay? This is not like, he's... Oh my God. God is help us if he's right. Carlo Vigano, that's the excommunicated priest that is his personal savior. Father Rippiger. If people actually knew what was going on in government, they'd probably be hanging those people from lampposts. Oh, great Catholic. And then here we go. Sit rep, Iran conflict update. Intercepted communications indicate Iranian sleeper cells inside the United States are being activated. This is the front that most Americans are not prepared for. Well, but why? You wrote the book. The best damn friends in the whole damn town. Iran's Assembly of Experts has selected Mojtaba Khamenei. Khamenei is the new supreme leader, and then he goes on. But this is Mike Flynn just the other day with good old sexual predator and probably child rapist Matt Gaetz. Sorry, allegedly. At the same time, after numerous QAnon references from, this is just the other day, QAnon references from government agency social media accounts like DHS and Department of Labor. Oh, and if you don't spend any time on X, I understand why, but it is worth going on X just to see J. Rance troll the fake Catholics, okay? J. Rance knows the Catholic world and all the Opus Dei shit and all of it, right? She's fucking up Vegano's ass so badly. So if you ever see J. Rance in a Catholic thread, oh, she's fire. She's fire. She knows shit. They can't bring any shit to her that she doesn't know what they're talking about. And she mocks mercilessly. I love her. At the same time, the numerous QAnon references from government agency social media accounts like DHS and Department of Labor and from Putin spokesman Kirill Dmitriev over the last few months, the White House X account posted on an unmistakable QAnon reference directly, quote, "Patriots are in control in Iran." The Q believers were ecstatic. This is 2019. This is a Q drop. This is what's known as a Q drop. Were these on the Chans? Is that where these were? Were these on, or Telegram, or just everywhere? So this is very typical of a Q drop with there's Q. And then they just do this. Listen very carefully. Again, note past 2 years. Note next 6 years. You were told what was going to happen. You were told what battles we face. Strategic, pre-planned, Patriots in control. Wait, what? 8chan and 4chan. Yeah. Oh, Fred Brennan. Oh, R.I.P. Fred Brennan. This is the White House, in case you missed it. Patriots are in control. Oh, wait, what? Hey, Dan Scavino. I see you. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Is this like really now? Like now it is? Okay. Oh, yeah. So he's referencing the old Q drop. And then this is the current White House meme. Oh, boy. Okay. But in the real world, as the war bogs down, we know for a fact that Iran is being assisted by the Russian government in targeting our troops, and all we've gotten from the dump regime is a rotating array of excuses for Putin. The latest message about Russia helping Iran came from Trump's lead negotiator, Bronx strip mall developer. Bronx sent strip mall developers T. Witkoff. Quote, "The Russians said they have not been sharing intel. We can take them at their word." He really did say that. Its screenshot is from all the Q drops. Oh, wow. Really, Steve? Russia's giving Iran specific advice on drone tactics, Western intelligence source says. And then this is Aaron Rupar. Quintanilla, do we think the Russians have shared this intel about the location of military assets? And if so, why would we be giving waivers on Russian oil sanctions? Witkoff, I'm not an intel officer, so I can't tell you. I can tell you that on the call with the president, the Russians said they have not been sharing. That's what they said. We can take them at their word. Jesus Christ. These are the people that have the power in the government. These are the people that are sending sons, daughters to their death. That's what this is. That's what this is. Idiots. This fealty to the Russians over American interest, from Dump to Witkoff to Mike Flynn, is becoming more and more overt and more desperate. Flynn, as he has done in every election since 2016, is using his military training as a psychological warfare operator to try to subvert the will of the people, keep Trump in power, and keep himself out of prison. his good friends, Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard Toenails, are also working hard to revive the big lie in advance of the 2026 midterms. Don't forget that Mike Flynn was partly the author of the recent memorandum about, what is it? Martial law and EO 13848. Everything old is new again. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. On Russian subcontract. On Russian subcontractor Benny Johnson's show, as proven in the fact that Benny Johnson was named as one of the 150 outlets used by tenant media to push direct Russian propaganda. So yes, Benny Johnson is an agent of the Russian government trying to subvert American democracy. That's right. That's what Benny Johnson is. Period. Full stop. Flynn said Tuesday that the seizing of 2020 ballots from Fulton County, Georgia and Maricopa County, Arizona, new one, guys, okay? They just subpoenaed all the ballots and records from fucking Arizona. You know, the state that went through a big mock audit that actually turned over more votes for Biden. Here, boy, they're really trying. Okay, this is like a fucking last gasp. It's bad. By the FBI, Kash Patel, don't trust this FBI with anything, will prove that there are people in Congress and serving in other state offices that didn't win those elections, like Joe Biden. Oh, sharp. Sorry. You can't hear it. I'm very sorry. Hold on.
What are they going to find in Fulton? What are they going to find in Maricopa? What is the big kahuna here?
Yeah, I think we're going to find that there are people serving in Congress and serving in other state offices that didn't win those elections. So we have, just like Joe Biden. So we're going to find that they're going to find criminal activities, particularly in as they have in Fulton County and of course Maricopa County. But those are tactics of the broader strategy. But I think what we're going to find is we're going to be looking at the results, the real results, once we, lay them out. And many of them have started to get laid out, particularly in Fulton County, because they're already down into the weeds of that.
Are they?
We're going to see people that are serving in elect.
How do you know? How do you know they're already down in the weeds in the Fulton stuff? Are you getting information from your bestie, Kash Patel? Because remember, Kash was having a beer with Mike Flynn and posted a tweet that said, "I'm having a beer with Q." So Mike Flynn and Kash Patel are besties, bitches. Is he giving intel to Mike Flynn?
Elected offices that were not
Tulsi?
elected.
Is Tulsi Toenails giving information to Mike Flynn?
That's not a constitutional republic. That's a criminal enterprise.
Yeah, well, you're a criminal enterprise. They were getting some outrageous. I know. In exchange, yes, I know. That's ridiculous. And they still couldn't find any fucking. Don't talk to me about the 2020 election. God damn it, because you'll see an even bigger bitch come out. Show me your data. You got data? Bring it, because I've looked at it all, bitch. Fuck, man. All right, anyway. This is a part of a multi-pronged strategy by the Dump regime to cheat in the midterms, including putting Americans abroad and at home at risk to invite an attack by Iran or its proxies, giving Dump an excuse to declare martial law and either suspend or federalize elections. By the way, that's one of the things that I think is behind this whole California drone bullshit, this whole sleeper cell bullshit. I'm sorry, I'm calling it bullshit. I have no doubt that there will be isolated instances of mass shootings and terrorism because, for fuck's sake, this is America and mass shootings are a feature, not a bug. So stop it with that. And as for drones, as being the drama, Are you kidding? Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you what the danger to California is, okay? Because I got your danger, and it already happened last October. Okay? Okay? Hold on. I gotta find my... Let's go to my blue sky. Blue skies. Here we go. Well, it won't be the first time California has been shot at under this regime. This from October 2025 from the LA Times. Shrapnel fell onto CHP vehicle during U.S. military live fire exercise over Interstate 5. Okay? So, frankly, we have already been under fire by this regime. So you save your shit about possible drones coming to hit California. Yeah, we should be careful. Everyone should. Because frankly, there's a lot of people in the world that want to do terrible things. Okay? But they're not all like, Iranian sleeper cells. Jesus. Okay. Bling. Same people doing the same things. Thank you, Josh. I remember it too. None of this should be happening again. The U.S. government had plenty of evidence to stop people like Flynn and Trump at any time in the last decade. If our government officials, or the billionaire class for that matter, had the will to bring this to a stop, they could have. Here is Mike Flynn on January 5th, 2021, exhorting his QAnon digital soldiers to be ready to die the next day to get this right, meaning the lie that Donald Trump won the election. The fact that Flynn was never charged is a crime unto itself.
All of the men and women that are standing in freedom space tonight around the world, willing to die, willing to sacrifice their very lives for the fresh air of liberty that we breathe. This is so important, people. We have got to get this right. And like I have told the President of the United States, this is not about him.
Oh, but it was, Blanche, but it was. In his deposition, oops, let me turn that off. In his deposition in his lawsuit against me, Mike Flynn didn't plead the fifth over 100 times like he did in Congress. He just perjured himself instead. Lawyer, have you ever been affiliated with the QAnon movement? Flynn, I don't believe I have. I couldn't tell you what it is. Lawyer, where were you on January 6th? Flynn, freezing my ass off. Oops.
Been affiliated with the QAnon movement?
I don't believe I have. I've been accused of many things, but still couldn't tell you what it is.
Are you aware of what happened at the United States Capitol on January 6th, 2021?
Object upon.
I am aware of what has been reported to have happened.
Were you in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, 2021?
I was.
What were you doing in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, 2021?
Freezing my ass off.
What were you doing? Elaborate more.
I was at the time staying in a hotel. I ended up going out to watch the various speeches at the in the Capitol lawn there, not the Capitol, but the White House lawn. And then immediately after all of the speeches, I went back to my hotel room.
Did you give a speech on the White House lawn?
No.
Did you help organize the event that was on the White House lawn?
Nope.
Ooh.
Did you agree with the speeches you heard on the White House lawn?
Object upon.
I'd have to hear them again. From what I recall, I don't know if I was. I don't know. I have to go back and listen to the speeches again.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you do or say anything to distance yourself from any of the speeches on the White House lawn that day?
Object upon.
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't know. I just remember how cold it was.
Do you? Interesting.
And do you know if any of the people who were on the White House lawn that day later stormed the United States Capitol building?
No idea. It was a million people plus.
Did you ever hear the chant, "Hang Mike Pence"?
I am aware of that chant occurred, but I don't think that I was ever in any place where I heard it stated.
Hi, TV2. Oh, okay, that's done. All right. We're going over my friend Jim Stewartson was being sued by Mike Flynn, TV2, and for the last 3 years. And that's part of the deposition that Flynn had to give in order for this case. But Flynn dismissed his case against Jim Stewartson yesterday. So this is a huge day of celebration in that. Okay, so I'm continuing to read. This is Jim's Substack regarding it. To me, this is exactly why you don't back down from people like Flynn. When confronted with facts and reality, and sued for defamation, over the Q claim. To me, this is exactly why you don't back down from people like Flynn. When confronted with facts and reality, the only resort they have is deception. It's precisely when people retreat in the face of lies, false accusations, and bullying that the enemy gains ground. I'm not interested in personal attention. I'm an introvert. I can confirm that. I like making things that people enjoy, not strutting my own issues in front of the world. However, if you come for me, you better not miss. I'm not backing down from Mike Flynn or anyone else. I posted this as a message to Flynn about his lawsuit. I want people to know that you can stand up to these people, and more importantly, it is the only way to stop them. Fascism never stops on its own. It must be defeated. Oops.
I am not backing down.
Wait, I've started over again. Sorry.
Mike, I am not backing down. You have put me through hell for 5 years. I'm not going anywhere. You have 3 choices. You can drop your frivolous lawsuit, you can pay my lawyers, or you can show up in court and face me and explain to a jury why you were so injured by my words on the internet. When you've spent the last 15 years using your words to destroy people based on lies. You're angry with me because I had the balls to tell the truth about you. I am not your example, Mike. You're my example. So show up in court or shut the fuck up.
I love Jim. Oh, whoops, sorry. Okay. And so he does have a website. If you want to help with the massive legal fees, I will definitely promote this because I believe in Jim, and I know that he has fought hard and given a lot of his own life to this fight. So for those, I'll link this obviously. And he ends with my deepest thanks to everyone who has supported me throughout the year. I cannot begin to express my gratitude. We will get through this together. And I believe that. And I'm just, I'm very proud to be Jim's friend today. And I'm very proud that, that he stood up for free speech. So there you go. But we have other things. I want to also thank wonderful Meowing Star for bringing us articles like this from Aaron in the Morning, who is a wonderful trans activist. I don't know, forgive me, Meowing, is Erin trans herself, or is she, because she speaks on trans issues quite a lot, so I just want to make sure that I'm identifying correctly, but really appreciate her words in this. Link to the opinions at the very bottom. Oh, okay, great. Good job. Okay, we'll do. Let's and Jim still has a lawsuit outstanding with Kash Patel for calling him a chud. She is trans. Okay. And her wife is Zoe Zephyr. Oh, of the Montana State. Of course. Oh, one love. Love, love, love. I did not realize that connection. Thank you for bringing that up. So Jim is also being sued by Mike Flynn's best friend, Kash Patel, for calling him a chud. So we'll see how that one goes. But, I don't know. I don't think it looks too good for the chud. All right. I want to read this because I really appreciate, I love Zoe. I really appreciate Meowing Star bringing this to us. I didn't realize about the West Virginia. So, Fourth Circuit rules that states can compel trans adults to, quote, appreciate their sex via care bans. They ruled that states, quote, encouraging citizens to appreciate their sex through care bans is a constitutional goal, affirming West Virginia's Medicaid ban. Medicaid ban for trans adults. Medicaid. You know, the stuff that we're constantly paying into as we work. That system that is designed because you pay into it, that it can then support you. You can't just decide that, well, apparently this court thinks that they can. Apparently they're just deciding that if you're trans, you don't get Medicaid. What the fuck? On Tuesday, an all-Republican and mostly dump-appointed panel of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that states can exclude gender-affirming surgery from Medicaid coverage, allowing West Virginia's exclusion to return to full effect. In doing so, the panel extended the Supreme Court's decision in Skermeti, which held that transgender youth care bans were constitutional, which they're not. I'm sorry. I don't care what they say. To transgender adults, the first federal appeals court in the country to do so, and directly states that adult care bans are legal. Perhaps even more troubling, the judges declared that transgender adult care was, quote, dangerous, and that it is rational for a state to restrict access to such care in order to, quote, encourage citizens to appreciate their sex. The ruling effectively reversed a previous en banc decision by the same circuit and established precedent for a wave of new laws targeting transgender adults. Just weeks after the Heritage Foundation, President Kevin Roberts declared on a podcast that the solution to transgender adult care was to outlaw it. Well, Kevin, you know what? I'm going to put you in Nuremberg. How about that? Kevin, I'm going to cut your head off and put it in my little paper doll thing. Get ready. Get ready. It is not irrational for a legislature to forego Medicaid coverage of arguably ineffective and dangerous procedures. Oh, Kevin's a doctor now. Oh, Lord. And allocate its limited resources to covering other treatments. What's more, states may legitimately recognize and celebrate the inherent differences between men and women. Virginia 518 U.S. something, blah, blah, blah. Quote, and it is not irrational for a legislature to encourage citizens to appreciate their sex and not become disdainful of their sex by refusing to fund experimental procedures. Wow, there's a lot of words doing some very heavy lifting in this sentence that may have the opposite effect. Skermeti 605 blah, 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 wrote the justices endorsing that encouraging citizens to appreciate their sex is now a proper and constitutional aim. Oh. This is bullshit and angering so much. It is not irrational. Oh, that's the thing. Okay, so she has the links to there. Okay. The court also took a significant step toward ruling that laws targeting transgender adult care would be constitutional. In a footnote, the court states, while Skermeti involves sex change treatments for minors, disagreement among experts about the efficacy and necessity of transgender surgeries extends to treatment of gender dysphoria in adults. What? This claim is contradicted by the medical literature. Multiple studies have confirmed the positive impact of gender-affirming surgeries for transgender people, including a 40-year follow-up study that found high patient satisfaction, improved dysphoria, and reduced mental health comorbidities with no reported patient regret. Okay, well, there you go. That's called data, kids. And, oh, I have another piece of data for you. It's none of your fucking business what another family does. There's one for you. You don't need a study for that. God damn it. Yeah. In issuing its ruling, the court cites Skrmetti over 70 times. Skrmetti held that gender-affirming care bans for minors were not discriminatory because they hinged on a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and age, not on transgender status or sex. This reasoning was fiercely contested by the 3 dissenting justices and multiple lower courts, which found that discriminating against a condition experienced exclusively by transgender people is inseparable from discriminating against transgender people themselves. But this ruling goes further than Skrmetti ever did. Skrmetti was explicitly about minors. The Fourth Circuit applies the same framework to adult care. The opinion even states outright, if a state can reasonably ban it, of course a state can reasonably refuse to pay for it. A sentence that reads less like a Medicaid ruling and more like a roadmap for legislatures to consider outright adult care bans. And this is where, in Skrmetti, the Supreme Court found that Tennessee legislature did not, blah, 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 any third side of the debate. If the Tennessee legislature can legitimately prohibit these treatments, then the West Virginia legislature may legitimately determine that providing Medicaid coverage for these procedures is not worth the cost to its taxpayers. What? Oh, God. I don't understand where people get their brains. I don't get it. The court's reasoning relies on a symmetry that collapses under scrutiny. Gender-affirming care for gender dysphoria is banned equally for transgender and cisgender people, the court reasons, so no one's being singled out. That's not true. I mean, yeah, cisgender people do not seek gender-affirming care for gender dysphoria, but there is gender-affirming care like Viagra and shit that is not related. Is that the point? So that's, I mean, but that's discriminatory, right? I mean, that's discriminatory. Of course, yes. I mean, the access to Medicaid is incredibly important. And this care, gender-affirming care, the surgeries, the procedures, however, all the components of that care, of course Medicaid should pay for them. Those are actual medical needs that people have. God, they're just taking it all away. But cisgender people do not seek gender-affirming care for gender dysphoria. The equality is entirely theoretical. Justice Sotomayor flagged this exact problem in her Skrmetti dissent, drawing a parallel to Loving v. Virginia, the landmark case striking down interracial marriage bans. Virginia had argued its anti-miscegenation law was not racially discriminatory because it banned interracial marriage equally for black and white citizens alike. Oh my God. The Supreme Court rejected that reasoning in 1967, yet the Fourth Circuit now embraces its mirror image. A ban that targets a medical need unique to transgender people is not discriminatory because it technically applies to everyone. It is the equivalent of taxing yarmulkes and claiming the tax is not anti-Semitic because anyone, Jewish or not, who wears a yarmulke must pay. Oh, I understand that. I understand that. What's worse, the precedent in this decision can be weaponized far beyond Medicaid. Hell yeah. If it's not unconstitutional to encourage citizens to appreciate their sex, the implications extend to virtually every area of transgender life. Are gender marker bans on IDs legal because carrying correct documents could discourage transgender people from appreciating their sex? Are drag bans and bans on cross-gender clothing legal because the state has an interest in encouraging the appreciation of sex? Could a state compel transgender people into conversion therapy, reasoning that it is not discriminatory because it targets a medical diagnosis rather than transgender status, and that the goal is simply to encourage them to appreciate their sex? The implications are terrifying for transgender people, and the court's language provides no limiting principle to prevent any of these outcomes. The ruling also comes just weeks after Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts declared on the PBD broadcast, oh my God, the multi-level marketing guy, that adult care bans would be the organization's next target. Well, guess what, Kevin? I cannot wait. There does seem to be a mounting body of evidence that a correlation suggests a correlation between that surgery at any age, mental health issues, and increasingly, although we're not running the numbers on this at Heritage, acts of violence. Okay, this is a very bad lie right here. Okay, this is a very bad lie. Oh man. When host Patrick Bet-David, the MLM master, asked how to address it, Roberts responded, "You outlaw it." When pressed on how, Roberts described a strategy of radical incrementalism, taking a quarter of the enchilada at a time until adult care is eliminated entirely. Who is this pig? This court ruling hands Heritage exactly the legal framework it needs to execute the strategy. The ruling is likely to be cited across the country as states push new anti-transgender legislation. It effectively overturns the Fourth Circuit's own 2024 en banc decision in Keidel versus Falwell, in which the full court ruled 8-6 that excluding gender-affirming care from coverage was unconstitutional. At least 7 other states face active lawsuits over similar Medicaid exclusions. And the Ninth Circuit is currently reconsidering MHV Hamso. The Ninth Circuit, a parallel Medicaid coverage case also sent back after Skermeti. If the Ninth Circuit follows the Fourth, they better fucking not, okay? That's what I'm saying. The appellate consensus solidifies. If it splits, it could tee up a Supreme Court case on adult care directly. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, Puerto Rico banned adult trans health care to 21 years old, and Dump has set the age at 19 via executive orders, including some adults. The legal architecture for eliminating transgender adult health care is being assembled in plain sight, and this ruling will make it easier for states to just do that. And Aaron links the actual ruling here, the circuit ruling. I'm going to download that. And I will link that document in the description of the video as well. Let me read in. Authoritarian 101. Yep. Iowa passed legislation barring local municipalities or counties from enacting trans protection laws locally. How can you even do that? Like, that is so bizarre to me. And after the Lemkin Institute issued its third warning of transgenocide in the USA yesterday. It's also worth noting that most trans people live under poverty, thus relying on Medicaid. Yeah, as they're due. Oh my God. Fourth Circuit is the Mid-Atlantic. Okay, need another circuit to go strict scrutiny. Oh, yeah. I think that, I have more faith in the Ninth Circuit, but not by much, you know. Meowing says, I hope and fear that happening because it could go either way depending on what circuit hears it, right? Or worse, Supreme Court hearing it. Yeah, the circuit split would set up the Supreme Court case. Fuck. I also don't understand court jargon in these matters, so I try not to get too worried unless more. Yeah, no, I think what Oomph knows that world very well. So I think it's remains to be seen. But I have a feeling if the Ninth Circuit is going to take it up, the Ninth Circuit's in California. They're pretty liberal in general. They're pretty constitutional. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure that they're going to, I don't feel like they're going to agree with the Fourth Circuit, but I could be wrong. Anything can happen. It requires legislation to enact proper protections, just like Roe needed codified. Yeah, that's the thing. It does need to, sorry, I just hit the wrong button. Yeah. Oh, God. It's just too much. It's too much. But look, I have so many tabs I need to get through with you. I have so much stuff to share. It's going to be a good day for links, okay? So pay attention. No, you don't have to pay attention. Anyway, this I think came from Lee. I think this is from my friend Lee, our friend Lee. Yes, it is. It's from our friend Lee. And this is more on a climate piece and on a mining piece. Links. We got links. We got links. At least it's not the Fifth Circuit. Well, I mean, yeah. Not a link, a download. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I will put the download in the thingamabobber. But we have to keep following these stories because this is the new front domestically. It's both immigrants, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and trans people. Like trans people are under direct fire on multiple fronts right now. And so we're going to keep taking, it's very disturbing. Yes, thank you, Lee, for this very disturbing story from The Guardian. This is the story of Weeda Bay and how nature is being sacrificed for mining. This is The Guardian. This is from yesterday. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now, I don't remember the words. Okay. Weeda Bay is just one example. Whoops. Get out of here. Get out of here, duck. Weeda Bay is just one example of a global trend that could see the mining industry expand into some of Earth's last areas of wilderness in search of minerals and materials to feed the global economy. An analysis produced for The Guardian by a group of academic researchers found more than 3,267 mining operations within key biodiversity areas, KBAs, accounting for nearly 5% of the mining sector's global footprint. China, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico top the rankings for total surface mining area within key biodiversity areas, the most naturally precious areas of the planet. And it looks like we'll start doing that too by drilling for more oil. Until recently, quantifying the industry's exact imprint has been a difficult task, with mining companies rarely sharing accessible details about their environmental impact. And with the reduce in regulations around environmental impact and the speed up in permitting process, well, we're fucked. Okay. Is a difficult task with mining. Okay, But a growing number of researchers are using satellite imagery to track the sector's activities from space. We have a huge gap on the global assessments of the footprint of mining. It's much bigger than we think, says Victor Maus, a researcher at Vienna University of Economics and Business. Most of what is published about mines is for business and attracting investors. There's not much about their impacts. It has somehow escaped the eye of the international community. Well, how do you think that happened? Could it be money? Money? Money, please. With growing demand for commodities to fuel the green energy transition, the mining sector's footprint continues to grow. We see an expansion of mines in biodiverse areas, particularly with materials like nickel in Indonesia. You've seen expansion into pristine forests over the past few years, the same in the Amazon in Brazil and Peru. Gold mining is big there, said Maus. These are the Earth's most precious biodiversity strongholds. A lot of these essential biodiverse areas are within touching distance of mines. Mining takes place on all continents apart from Antarctica. Well, hold your penguin because they're probably going to go there too. There is also the potential for future mining. Copper is a vital metal. Oh, you can kind of see this, but not really. Let me see if I can. You can see the map there. It's not very easy to see. Nickel is key for electric vehicles and batteries. There are nickel deposits near critical biodiversity areas. The teal blue, the turquoise blue are the biodiverse areas, right? And then they're showing the different nickel. The gray areas are the nickel mining. Prices for gold are at near an all-time high, intensifying the search for the precious metal. Gold deposits are distributed across every continent. I hope you can see this. Can you see this? I'm so sorry. You probably can't. Okay. Stop. Once a mine has opened, habitat is often lost forever. Many use huge amounts of water from surrounding areas, depleting rivers, aquifers, and lakes. Despite efforts from the industry to clean up its act, mining waste is often poorly stored and has resulted in significant pollution events from acid, heavy metals, and waste rock. It's hard to put a figure on the amount of nature that may have been lost to mining activities, but a recent study estimated that more than 4,500 animal species are threatened with extinction by mining. Immediate destruction of habitat, along with pollution of watercourses and deforestation for access, all threaten their survival, researchers say. Wildlife like bent-toed gecko, which is only found on a single mountain range in Malaysia, are among those that could disappear. The Yangtze River dolphin and several lemur species are other examples that have already been harmed by mining. A separate study found that up to 1/3 of Africa's great ape population is facing mining-related risks. Wow. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh, sorry. And download. Aha, they did not overturn the en banc decision. The en banc decisions were overturned by the SCI in 2025. So it is probably Skermeti precedent that needs amended by Congress. Oh, yes. Thank you, Oomph. And then Meowing Star says gold mining often uses lots of mercury, creating pollution at the gold mining locations, but also the mercury making mining operations preceding the gold mining. Yep. And the children who are mining the gold. That's right. Teresa, are you out? All right. I'll see you later. Oh, you need to make some phone calls if I don't get back in time. Well, I probably will. I might still be here because I got a lot. I just want to read all this stuff. Because it all, like everything kind of moves so fast that I want to get in so many of these articles. The analysis here only covers mines that are operational. Demand for critical minerals in 2050 is projected to be 16 times higher than 2020 levels, according to one study. This is already pushing mining projects further into key biodiversity areas. The pattern seen in Weda Bay, Indonesia, is being replicated in other parts of the world. Weda Bay's operators did not respond to requests for comment. This is the Sepon copper mine in Laos, 2010 footprint. Let's see, 2025. I'm not sure I understand what the difference is. Oh, I'm not sure. What? It looks like, okay, never mind. Someone else probably understands that a lot better than I do. Around Sepon gold and copper mine in Laos, habitat has been destroyed and polluted over the lifetime of the operation. The mine's operators did not respond to a request. In the Kayapo Indigenous Territory in Brazil, please, I hope I didn't pronounce that wrong, one of the largest protected areas of its kind in the world, illegal gold miners are ravaging areas of the Amazon rainforest. In 2010, the forest was largely intact, but just 15 years later, large areas had been cleared. And this is the gold mine in Kayapo Indigenous Territory in 2010. I see. So you can see in 2010 and then now in 2025. There are some places where mining should simply be off the table, said Tim Werner, a senior lecturer at University of Melbourne, who has worked with Mouse to better understand the scale of the industry. Areas such as Raja Ampat, Raja Ampat in Indonesia are among the most beautiful and biologically rich places on Earth, where intact rainforests sit alongside extraordinary coral reef systems, yet they are at risk of being totally decimated by mining for critical metals. At some point, the benefits of extracting minerals are outweighed by the irreparable loss of places like these. We are indeed at a global crossroads, and we need an honest conversation about no-go zones and about prioritizing extraction in landscapes we can afford to affect, even if that means higher costs, he says. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. This is the methodology so that you can see that, but it's not good. Thank you, Lee, for sharing that. It takes a village. I was just reading on this last night. There's a bill being discussed now that I was trying to understand. As you can see, I was way down. the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, which is a combination of two affordable housing acts that talk about opportunity zones. So I'm about to fall down the hole of opportunity zones. This is part of my hole that I fell down. I'm not ready to talk about opportunity zones, but I started pulling some data on them because this housing act is going to come. Here we go. Let's talk about this. This is from MS Now. This is from yesterday, I think. Authorities have searched New Mexico ranch long owned by Epstein. Remember, that was bought by a MAGA guy. What mineral is needed to refine the nickel? Ooh, Jane with a trivia question. Trivia question. Oh, SCI abbreviates Supreme Court. Okay. All right, I got it. Ors. Okay, this is that ranch in New Mexico that is now owned by a maggot who is building a prayer. Oh, it's a T? Oh, that is. I'm sorry. I can't see it. I'm so sorry. Now I get it. Welcome to the show. SCT abbreviates Secure Confidential Information. Oh, okay. SCI. Okay. All right. Well, that's what I meant. Okay, that's what I meant. Sorry. Okay, this is from a couple of days ago. The New Mexico Department of Justice has carried out a search at the secluded ranch once owned by sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, rekindling questions about whether the property was used for the sexual abuse and trafficking of young women and girls. Authorities searched the sprawling estate known as Zorro Ranch on Monday as part of a renewed investigation launched by Attorney General Raul Torres. New Mexico State Police and the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office are assisting. The New Mexico DOJ announced the investigation February 19th after newly released federal investigative files raised fresh questions about activities at the ranch where Epstein frequently hosted guests. Officials say the current owners of the property, the family of Don Huffines, a real estate developer and former Texas legislator who's now the Trump-endorsed Republican nominee for Texas comptroller, that's right, the money guy, are cooperating with investigators. Well, good luck on that race there. That's all I have to say. Authorities searched for potential evidence and attempted to corroborate testimony from alleged victims connected to the ranch, which lies about 30 miles south of Santa Fe. The New Mexico Department of Justice will continue to keep the public appropriately informed, support the survivors, and follow the facts wherever they lead, a spokesperson for the New Mexico DOJ said in a press release. While Epstein faced federal sex trafficking charges before his death, he was never charged with crimes related to the New Mexico property. The nearly 10,000-acre ranch was purchased by Epstein in 1993 and included a large mansion, guest houses, and a private airstrip. Epstein reportedly proposed a plan to impregnate multiple women at his New Mexico estate in an effort to seed the human race with his DNA, though there's no evidence he ever executed the plan. Late Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre's memoir also outlined allegations about meeting politicians and CEOs at Zorro Ranch. State lawmakers also launched a separate bipartisan Truth Commission last month to investigate what occurred at the ranch and whether anyone enabled Epstein's alleged crimes over the decades he owned the property. So that's an update on the New Mexico search. We'll see if anything comes of it. The guy had started demolition, recently on the ranch. So I don't know if Don Huffines is hiding anything from us, but okay, let's see. Do I want to go in this one? No. Let's see what else we have. Oh, that's mine, my dumb thing. The doggy stuff. Oh, all right, let's see, because I know I had some. This one I had brought up earlier. Teresa had tracked this, and so if you remember 2 years ago, I thought it was last year, but 2 years ago, CHUB CEO defends backing Trump appeal bond in E. Jean Carroll. Remember when Trump defended a subsidiary providing former President Trump with a $91.6 million appeal bond in the case where he was found liable for defaming E. Jean Carroll, where he raped her, and he was found guilty of that. As the surety, we don't take sides, even though we're going to give money to one guy. We're going to give money to one guy. CEO Evan Greenberg wrote, "It would be wrong for us to do so, and we are in no way supporting the defendant. We're just giving him a loan." Greenberg was appointed by Dump as a member of the oh my God. Greenberg, the CEO of CHUB, was appointed by Dump as a member of the then president's advisory committee for trade policy and negotiations in October 2018. Sweet. This is from 2024. Okay. Defended in a civil case where he was found liable for defaming. Evan Greenberg sent a letter to investors, customers, and brokers who expressed concerns about the bond issued by Chubb's subsidiary, Federal Insurance Company. In it, Greenberg wrote that the decision has nothing to do with the underlying merits of the appeal or with favoring any of the parties in the case, because we apparently didn't do any risk assessment on this bond that we're giving. Don't they do a risk assessment on the bond that they give? Don't they? They don't do that? Isn't that the whole fucking point of an insurance company, is to assess risk and then only make loans or whatever it is, that the surety bonds, appeal bonds? Isn't that based on their feeling that that it's a good bet? Right? Am I wrong? When Chubb issues an appeal bond, it isn't making judgment about the claims, even when the claims involve alleged reprehensible conduct. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. As the surety, we don't take sides. Okay. Chubb has been under fire since Friday when Dump revealed he had obtained the appeal bond from the company. There he is. Hi, Evan. Got your coffee. Oh, and you got your little picture ID, you fucking ass. Anyway, so that was then, but this is now. Chubb set as main U.S. insurer for Persian Gulf shipping amid Iran war. So Chubb is going to set up all their customers, right, to inevitably be sued. I mean, because the claims on Chubb for insuring ships that are going to go through the fucking Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, oh, no, baby. That shit's going to get blown up. That's going to be a lot of money. So if you're a Chubb customer, I'd be fucking pissed. Chubb will be the lead underwriter for an insurance program led by the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. This program is meant to help shipping moving again after the Iran war dissuaded ships. Dissuaded? They're blowing them up. They've blown up 5 tankers. They've blown up 5 tankers. The DFC program would cover up to $20 billion? That doesn't sound like a lot. That doesn't sound like a lot. That doesn't sound like a lot. Insurance giant Chubb will be the lead underwriter. Chubb will work with U.S. International Development Finance Corp, or DFC, as part of a $20 billion plan to help get oil tankers and other commercial traffic moving again. Oil prices have spiked. Oil prices have spiked. What is the oil price right now? $92 a barrel. Oh, man. 93. U.S. is going to ease the shipping rule. Okay, so that came through. The Jones Act, that's going to be suspended so that now foreign ships can bring oil and gas and other supplies into American ports. Apparently, the Jones Act prohibited foreign-owned vessels or foreign-flagged vessels, foreign crewed vessels from docking in American ports. Have you heard that? I didn't really know. Probably Lee knows that. Yeah, so the Jones Act has been suspended so that now foreign ships can come in to bring supplies into American ports, which I thought they could, but that's fine. I don't understand that world, so I shouldn't try and say that. Okay, since the war began, Brent crude traded above 91 mid-morning Wednesday. It's at 93 now. Oil prices have stayed relatively high despite an announcement on Wednesday that the International Energy Agency would coordinate the release of 400 million barrels from its member countries' strategic petroleum reserves. In normal times, the strait sees passage of 15 million barrels a day of oil and another 5 million in other oil products. IEA Chief Fatih Birol said that flow has stalled despite a scramble by companies and governments to relieve the pressure. Ship crews are reluctant to use the route for fear they could be blown up. 3 ships off Iran's coast were struck by projectiles Wednesday. And isn't it like 5? Isn't it like 5 ships have been struck in total? I believe I'm right. The UK Maritime Trade Operations Center said Wednesday. The strait connects the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Sea, making the narrow route along Iran's southern coast the sole maritime route out of the oil-rich region. Yeah, we didn't think about the Strait of Hormuz, I guess. That didn't come up in the war planning. I'm not really sure why, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, well. Oh, and I just want to, this is from a few days ago, but I keep meaning to read this to you. It's from the Wall Street Journal. Trump's sons back new drone company targeting Pentagon sales. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a 16? Holy fuck, man. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Lee. This is it. Lee, I love you. Lee is working and like has us in her ear and runs to the computer. Sorry, the Jones Act. Foreign flagged vessels can't move freight between U.S. ports. Interesting, it's being suspended. Trump was pushing to make Jones Act stricter. Make ships in the U.S. I know, he really wants shipbuilding here. Yeah, the horse-drawn. You know what it is, Meowing Star? I think we're all going to become Luddites. I'm finding great joy in simple tasks that don't involve technology. I don't know about you all, but I don't know. This is pushing me to some kind of newfound love of all things simple, which I never lost. But okay, Power Us says it plans. internal Luddites, right. Yeah. But appreciating the simpler things in life. I am finding much more joy in simple beauties and things like that. So I don't know. My buddy posted a pic, $5.18 for diesel in Florida. That sounds expensive. It's $6 and $7 here in Los Angeles. So I'm not filling up my car until this fucking thing ends. But that's the problem. People need to get to work. Okay. So people do need access to cheap gas because they need to get to work. And it's really sad. Some people have no alternatives because there are plenty of cities, trust me, I've lived in them, where the bus system or the metro system either doesn't exist or doesn't work. You know, so you can't just say, oh, well, just go ahead and take public transport. Well, not everybody can do that. And in the Bay Area, for example, where I grew up, nobody can afford to live close enough to where they work, right? Because the fucking shitheads took over Silicon Valley. That used to be nice when I was a kid. San Francisco, that I lived for 8 years in San Francisco in the 90s. And I fucking loved it. And people have to get to work. They have to get to work. Anyway, these guys. Power Us says it plans to acquire what? Power Us says it plans to acquire Ukrainian drone tech to sell to the U.S. military. God. Abortion? Why? Why not? Why didn't we? Why didn't we? Ivanka or Ivana, wherever the fuck you are. Eric Trump and Donald Trump. Tweedledum and Tweedledummer, the president's spawns, are backing a new drone company. Uday and Usay, the president's sons, are backing a new drone company that is vying to meet fresh demand from the Pentagon and fill a hole left by the administration's ban on new Chinese drones in the U.S. Power Us, a drone roll-up company based in West Palm Beach, Florida. is merging with a publicly traded golf course holding company backed by the Trumps, Power Us executive said. Oh, interesting. The reverse merger will result in Power Us, which was formed last year, trading on the NASDAQ stock exchange in the coming months. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Okay. You're telling me that a publicly traded golf course holding company backed by the Trumps, what is the name of that, is merging with a drone company, a golf course company traded on the NASDAQ, right, over the counter, is merging with a drone company, and it's going to become the drone company who automatically now, that drone company is going to be traded on an exchange. It doesn't have to go through an IPO. I mean, I really want us to stop here and listen. That means that this drone company does not have to go through the IPO process, the initial public offering process, in which a lot of disclosures are made about the company and the ownership of the company in order for it to qualify and be issued a spot on the exchange. This company, this drone company, is going to bypass all of that because they're merging with another company that's already traded on the NASDAQ, which means it's a much faster road to market manipulation. Okay? It's a much faster road to market manipulation. Oh my God. Calgon, take me away. Please take me away from here. Please put me in the middle of a forest somewhere, please. Okay, anyway. Thanks, everybody. Hold on. I'm going to close this window. Ah! Are you going to do it again? Are you going to do it again? It's a family affair. Oh, man, I can't reach the window from here. Oh, my hands don't work. Oh, fucking fucks. Shit. Hold on. Hold on! It's a family affair. Oh my God. I thought we outlawed those things. I thought we outlawed those things. Fuck. Exactly. Buy signal, misdirection, market manipulation. Name your strategy. But boy, is this in time for the war or what? This is a fucking moneymaker. And the SEC should have stopped it. That's right. The SEC should have fucking stopped this. For fuck's sake. Oh my God. That is just the dumbest. Yeah. Remember when they made Jimmy Carter put his peanut farm into a trust? Do you remember that? I remember that. For sure. I thought Trump said we're bringing up all the cheap oil from Venezuela. The heavy crude that's going to Houston. I tried to take the bus to a shopping center in AA about 15 minutes from home. Would have been 3 transfers in over 45 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Like I take public transportation a lot. In every city that I've lived in, I have taken advantage of public transportation. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've lived in Boston, New York City, Manhattan, Brooklyn. I've lived in Washington, D.C. I've lived in Florida. I've lived in both Northern and Southern California. I've lived in North Carolina. I've lived, I've lived in a lot of places, and in every place I've depended on public transportation. And I'm going to tell you right now, in those major cities that I've lived in, New York is one exception, but it's Manhattan and it's small, right? So I'm telling you right now, it is just not equitable, and it doesn't serve people across the board. So, and never mind rural communities and how they're supposed to kind of navigate this. So I don't know. Lee Meowing Star says, and AA has one of the better bus systems in the state. Forehead smack. Ours gets better up here. Theirs gets defunded, then refunded back and forth. See, that's just fucking ridiculous. Like, that type of infrastructure, I think, would be so amazing. And in Los Angeles has not, I love the bus system because I'm okay with it, but it does take an hour to get anywhere in Los Angeles on the buses, no matter how close or far it is. Really, it's an hour or more. And that's not their fault. That's just the way the traffic is in Los Angeles. And then the metro, I'm sorry, this metro is not right there yet. There's a lot of crime on our metro, and that's okay. I'm fine with it. I used to ride the subway all the time in Manhattan and Brooklyn, but it's just not that convenient. So anyway, that's all I'm trying to say. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Is there a different IPO from Elon's exceptional exceptions to get on NASDAQ? Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a back door. If I've ever seen one, this is a back door. I don't know why it didn't. Well, I know why it didn't raise anything at the SEC, because it doesn't matter. The SEC is not actually doing their jobs right now. Yeah. Okay. All right, so there you go. Here we go. Power Us. Oh, wait, did I read all that? I did read all that. Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. Oh, yeah, let's read this. I don't know if Teresa, did you give me this one? I don't know. Democrats ask, what happened to millions earmarked for Dump's library? What? ABC, Meta, Paramount, and X reportedly agreed to pay at least $63 million in settlements with the president. The original fund was dissolved last year. Oh, I can't afford to live in my hometown either. I can't even get near my hometown. Yeah, it's disgusting. Congressional Democrats are opening a probe into millions of dollars private companies pledged to President Dump's planned presidential library, asking what happened to the money after the original fund was dissolved last year. Huh. Senators Elizabeth Warren and Richard Blumenthal in Stansbury of New Mexico, love her, wrote Monday to the leaders of ABC, Meta, Paramount, and X, requesting information about the terms of their agreements and the status of the funds they pledged to hand over to the president's representatives. The letters were shared with the Washington Post. The four companies each committed millions of dollars to the project through legal settlements with Dump in the months after the 2024 presidential election, seeking to resolve claims they had harmed him by restricting his access to social media or defaming him in their coverage, which is interesting because they didn't. The commitments totaled at least $63 million, according to company statements and media reports. But the Donald Dump Presidential Library Fund, which was set to receive at least some of the settlement funding, was administratively dissolved in September by Florida officials after it did not submit a mandatory annual report. 3 months later, Jacob Roth, the lawyer who originally incorporated the fund, filed articles of dissolution, Open Secrets first reported last year. Now, it is unclear where this money has gone, exacerbating concerns about corruption that were apparent at the time of the settlement, the lawmakers wrote. Roth referred questions to his former firm, Dillon Law Group. Harmeet Dillon? Harmeet Dillon? The head of the Civil Rights Commission? That Dillon? Oh, yep. Harmeet Dillon is the founder and managing partner of Dillon Law Group, a conservative-leaning firm. No shit. There you go. Well, it's all the same people doing all the same things. Roth referred questions to his former firm, Dillon Law Group, which did not immediately respond to an email about why the fund was dissolved and why it went through Dillon Law Group, which is the law firm founded by the current head of Civil Rights Division at Department of Justice. What? That just seems like a strange relationship. Press contacts for ABC, Meta, Paramount, and X did not respond to questions about the Democrats' letter and the status of their funds. A second nonprofit, the Donald J. Dump Presidential Library Foundation, Inc., was created last year and reported in December that it received $50 million in contributions, but is yet to confirm publicly that it took possession of the settlements. Federal rules do not require presidential library nonprofits to disclose their donors. Why? Okay. Sure. Whoa. And the organization did not respond to questions submitted through its website or sent to a press contact. James Kiley, a lawyer listed as a trustee of the foundation, who also did not respond to questions. The White House referred questions to the library, who refused to answer questions. Presidents typically set up post-presidential libraries that are used to house their records and archives. The organizations also serve as highly curated museums, touting the president's record and offering their blah, blah, blah. Well, I guess we'll find out where the money is. The lack of federal disclosure requirements has drawn scrutiny because donors, some of whom may have interest affected by the White House policy, can make substantial contributions without public visibility. Oh, dang it. Yeah, I love NorCal, but it's my home part of the state, but I just can't. Did you claim that people don't care if he makes money violates the pact? Oh, I don't remember that, Jane. Oh, wait, I've got to think about that. I don't know if I remember which one that was. Dump has said that he plans to use his planned Miami-based library to take possession of a Boeing 747-8 aircraft given by Qatar and valued at $400 million, among other gifts. The president allies have also worked to acquire a prized real estate for the site. Warren, Blumenthal, and Stansbury last year were among several dozen Democrats who sponsored bicameral legislation intended to create new limits on fundraising for post-presidential libraries, saying that Dump was potentially flouting ethical safeguards on the presidency by accepting gifts from private companies and foreign governments. That legislation has remained stalled in both chambers. The Democrats' probe is also a preview of how they will likely scrutinize Dump if they retake one or both chambers of Congress this fall, with liberals vowing to amp up their investigations, blah, blah, blah. Publicly identified donors to Dump's planned White House ballroom project and other initiatives, such as Amazon, Google, and Lockheed Martin, collectively have billions of dollars in contracts before the administration. Amazon owns us. Yeah, so that's more corruption. It's all more corruption. Oh, this was something that came up too. I don't know. I think this was Teresa. Nope, I don't know who it was. Let me see. Let me see what's going on. My grandmother grew up on a cherry orchard. Oh my gosh. My cousins converted most of it to a lavender farm. Oh man. Oh yeah, that's right. Cherry farms are hard. They take a lot of water, I think. NorCal, I don't know. I find equally, well, first of all, the Bay Area, untouchable. I couldn't touch anything in my hometown. I wouldn't be able to touch anything within an hour's drive of San Francisco, maybe a 2 hours drive. I couldn't afford to rent an apartment. There's no way. I mean, I can't afford to rent an apartment without my daughter. So I live at the grace of my daughter. Yeah, that's right. But I couldn't, even if I had a job, I couldn't afford to move back to Northern California. I couldn't. Yeah, I'd have to be off the coast. Yeah, I'd live on a boat but that's not even, make here to California and I will. Wait a minute. California is taking a huge hit on their vineyards and good, because Sonoma was ruined by the rich people, okay? Napa was ruined. The Russian River Valley was ruined by rich people, so fuck them. God, Calistoga, ruined. Oh, that makes me so sad. God, what happened in Northern California makes me so sad. SF has rent-controlled units. I've never, ever seen one. And that's great. We get late February, early March thaws now that cause cherries to early blossom. But we still get snow and then freezes. Yeah, I can imagine that. I thought it was water intensive, but I think that's another crop. Maybe I should see it if I could take it over. Yeah, there you go. There's a ton of vineyards around us. Oh, yeah. I mean, I loved it up there. When I was a kid, we used to go to the Russian River Valley and Alexander Valley and all that. I fucking thought that was magical. I thought it was magical places. We went to the Ren fairs up there. You know, like when I was a kid, we were all over that. I have this great picture of me sitting in like the 70s taken by my beautiful sister's ex-husband. He was such a nice man and a great photographer. Anyway, he took a picture of me sitting in the San Francisco Zoo with like a flower, and I was a hippie, and I was just like a dirty little kid, you know, like just grimy little kid. And it's one of my favorite pictures because I remember that day. I can feel the sun on my face sitting on the lawn at the San Francisco Zoo. You know, like I don't know. It just makes me really sad because I love the Bay Area and I can't go back. I can't. I love Ren fairs. I do. Oh, my cousins lost 92% of their crop, which was, oh, fucking hell. God, I don't even know what that would, like your entire crop. That would just kill me. I don't know. God bless people that really, kind of focus on that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I wanted to read this because it came across my transom. But I don't think I had heard about this. Foreign hacker in 2023 compromised Epstein files held by FBI source and documents show. The ranch. Oh, interesting. Washington. A foreign hacker compromised files relating to the FBI's investigation of the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a break-in at the Bureau's New York field office 3 years ago. Is this a Watergate? According to a source familiar with the matter and recently published Justice Department documents reviewed by Reuters. Oh, my lips are dry. The details of who accessed a server at the FBI's New York field office, including the allegation that a foreign hacker was involved, are being reported here for the first time. In a statement, the FBI said what it described as a cyber incident was an isolated one. Oh, you can't really see anything, can you? The FBI restricted access to the malicious actor and rectified the network. The investigation remains ongoing, so we don't have further comments to provide at this time. Although the source said the intrusion appeared to have been carried out by a cyber criminal rather than a foreign government, the incident underscores the file's potential intelligence value, one academic said. The legally mandated publication of U.S. Justice Department documents has exposed the dead financier's ties to prominent people in politics, finance, academia, and business, triggering investigations in numerous countries around the world. Who wouldn't be going after the Epstein files if you're the Russians or somebody interested in compromat, said John Lindsay, who researches the role of emerging technology and global security at the Georgia Institute of Technology. Quote, if foreign intelligence agencies are not thinking seriously about the Epstein files as a target, then I would be shocked. The breach was reported contemporaneously by CNN and Reuters on February 17th. The connection to Epstein materials was made by the French magazine Marianne. Oh, thank you. Epstein, a longtime associate of President Dump, pled guilty in 2008 to prostitution charges because of Alan fucking Dershowitz and his slime bag representation of Jeffrey Epstein, who got it down from about 36 children who were accusing Epstein of shit, and he got it down to two girls, one woman, one girl, who he made settle, okay? And the fucking Alex Acosta and all of those fuckers, this is where it really got fucked up. Okay? So, yeah. fucking, we played that thing where just recently Dershowitz talked about the fact that, he was the best lawyer in the world for getting it down from like 36 plaintiffs to 2, and that it was them being prostitutes. That's what he pled to, prostitution. That's gross. So yeah, there's people that really need to be held to account, and nobody is talking about it. Oh, wait a minute. Other countries are talking about it and doing something about it. But we're not. Yeah, okay. Including soliciting a child. Okay, how do you do that? How do you do that? He was found hanged in his jail cell in 2019 in what was ruled a suicide after being arrested again on federal charges of sex trafficking of minors, which I understand that that's being reinvestigated. I think there is new information around that a lot of people have been talking. Oh, thank you, Val. Thank you. Oh, I love you. Thank you, Val. You're so sweet. You don't have to do that. I'm going to play you a song. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Oh, his suicide is being re-looked at in terms of new disclosures around what the security guards may have been up to or not up to and things like that. Yeah. Okay. February 2023 break-in. Wait, I got to sing a song for Val, you guys, because I really want to. Hold on. Here we go. Val, thank you for becoming a member today. It means so much. You're my desert sister. I love you. Thank you for coming and supporting the show. Thank you. It's time, and you got good news? Well, that's good. Well, you know what? Don't worry about, like if you ever need the money back, I can cash app you. I have your cash app. Thank you, Val. You're such a love. I love you. The hack occurred after a server at the Child Exploitation Forensic Lab in the FBI's New York field office was inadvertently left vulnerable by Special Agent Aaron Spivak, who was trying to navigate the Bureau's complex procedures for handling digital evidence, according to the source and the documents. A timeline written by Spivak and included in the large cache of Epstein documents released earlier this year said the break-in happened on February 12th, 2023. It was discovered the following day when Spivak turned on his computer and discovered a text file warning him that his network had been compromised, according to that document. Further investigation turned up traces of unusual activity on the server, the document said, adding that the activity, quote, included combing through certain files pertaining to the Epstein investigation. The timeline does not say which specific files were accessed, whether the hacker downloaded the data, or who the hacker was. Reuters could not establish what, if any, overlap the affected data had with the Epstein documents published earlier this year or the files that remain under wraps. Spivak, whose name appears elsewhere in the documents in connection with the Epstein investigation, didn't return repeated messages seeking comment. Reuters was unable to reach the man identified in the documents as Spivak's lawyer, Richard Roberson. 7 FBI agents identified in the documents as being involved in the investigation incident did not return messages. In his statement to FBI investigators examining whether he was responsible for the breach, Spivak said he was being made a scapegoat for the intrusion and that conflicting Bureau policies and faulty guidance around information technology were to blame.
Few hours later.
Whoops, that's not it.
I'm a scapegoat. I didn't do it. I left my poodle on. I went home. I had to poop in the nighttime before I went home, and I inadvertently left my computer on and with all these open ways for people to get into it. And then I went to poop, and it was really, really difficult, and I got very, very distracted when I was pooping. And then I just decided I need to go home. I need to go home because I just pooped a lot. And I need to go home and recover. I don't even have time to go back to my desk. I'm just going to run home. I'm going to go grab the train. I'm going to go home. Thank you very much.
That's how I imagine it went. I don't know. It could have been different. It could have been. It could be he's just a klutz. Hey, man, you know what? If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it could not. It could be a goose. It could. It could be a goose. Who knows? Maybe he is. I don't know. We'll find out. I hope. That's what I want to talk about next is why isn't the FBI? Why didn't through all... Okay, wait. I'm going to stop. Why, with all that Chris Wray's and Kash Patel's and whoever else's FBI, all the interviews, all the smoke, all the fires, everything, this thing, why did this FBI, in their careful review, and the DOJ, in their meticulous review of the files to extract and redact and this and that and oof and ah, why aren't they investigating all this shit? Why weren't these investigations done in the public closer to the time when they actually happened? Okay. So Chris Wray, I think, has a lot to answer for. I still want to talk to Merrick the motherfucking Garland. Okay, because this came up in 2023. So what happened? The person familiar with the breach said the intrusion was carried out by a foreign hacker who did not appear to realize they had penetrated a law enforcement server. The hacker expressed disgust at the presence of child abuse images on the device and left a message threatening to turn its owner over to the FBI, the person said. The source said Bureau officials diffused the situation by convincing the hacker that they actually were the FBI, in part by having the hacker join a video chat where they flashed their law enforcement credentials in front of a web camera. Reuters could not determine, and the source said they didn't know, who the hacker was, what country they were operating from, what they did with the material accessed, or whether any effort was made to identify or punish them for breaking into the FBI's server. Many of the Justice Department's documents have been heavily redacted and others have been kept secret altogether despite a law mandating their full release last year. The Trump administration says it's withholding material that can compromise victims' identities, blah, 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 or jeopardize ongoing investigations, which I would love to see any information that they're going to provide on active investigations. That one I want to read, but there's one on Leon Black. Oh, this bitch is gone. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. We're going to read about her, but that bitch, she's going to be gone. Oh, I just have so much to read to you, and I don't have enough time all the time. Let me see if I can find this Leon Black shit. Ships for America. It's ships for America. Wait, is it this one? No, is it that one? That's that one. Oh, wait. What's this? Congress? Oh, here we go. This might be it. Oh, I pulled a bunch of stuff on the Golden Dome. We're going to have to talk about that tomorrow, but I really want to keep track of what's happening with the Golden Dome and small modular reactors, okay? Because there's a lot of shit happening in the energy sector that is going to impact our lives. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, this is the rumor about Tom Cotton, by the way. This is a rumor. This is alleged, and it's on Twitter, so it's especially unbelievable. Okay? But I'm just saying, if you hear this, this is what's out there. Tom Cotton, this is the rumor, having a sexual affair with one of his male donors per sealed court documents from when the donor was going through a divorce. Hi, Sharon Gray. I'm going to read that again. Tom Cotton was having a sexual affair with one of his male donors per sealed court documents from when the donor was going through a divorce. This is rumored. There are a few people who still have those documents in hand. I'm sure it has nothing to do with Tom's position to defend the Jewish people. I don't know. That I don't know. Okay, Bowtie Ranger, you're probably a nutbag. But anyway, I'm just saying that shit's out there. I'm just saying. That's all I'm going to say. Tom Hawley, Josh Cotton, you might be in trouble. Where is that other document? I wanted to read the thing on Leon Black. God damn it. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I also have this thing about Anduril. Anduril to acquire space surveillance firm Exoanalytic Einmore Golden Dome. That's part of the Golden Dome story. We don't have to read that right now. Sorry. I know I'm kind of I'm a little discombobulated. I'm very sorry. Hold on. I guess I don't have that Leon Black thing. God damn it. Okay, well, that's fine. It's fine. I still have more stuff here. Okay. Well, keeping on the dump White House. Now, this I think was, it has to be either Tina or Teresa that someone shared. I think it was Tina. The White House's financial disclosures for top officials are incomplete. Oh my God, really? Really? This is from Notice. Border Czar Tom Homan's financial disclosure has not been finalized by the Federal Ethics Office. It's hard to classify the paper bag filled with $50,000, isn't it? This is from March 10th. The American public does not have a complete picture of senior dump administration officials' personal finances, and there's no telling when they will. Months after posting disclosures on the White House website, the dump administration does not appear to have sent the financial information for some top White House officials to the Office of Government Ethics for a second and often more serious review. OGE said the office publicly posts disclosures from all officials 30 days after receiving them. There are currently no disclosures for top officials like Border Czar Tom Homan and House of Representatives liaison Jeffrey Freeland available on OGE's disclosure database. Oh, is that it? Is that all I have? Creative free can't. Oh, no, that's it. Oh, okay. That's it. All right. Well, there you go. Where is it? Lori Chavez de Rimmer, the labor secretary, not the farm one. I'm the jobs one, not the farm one. That's what her tagline is. I do the jobs, not the farms. Well, her tagline soon is going to be barkeep, I'll have another, because she's going to get fired. All right. Her department is out of control. She's day drunk. She's having an affair with her bodyguard. It's bad. Okay. She's trying to out Christy. And she's adding alcohol. Lori Chavez de Rimmer is under investigation internally after allegations of misconduct and misuse of department funds. This is from March 2nd. We haven't heard much about her. Good thing there's a war. In the weeks after Dump nominated Lori Chavez de Rimmer to be his labor secretary, she told potential deputies, Labor Department veterans, and administration officials that her vision for the role was that of a figurehead. Okay, and I called this last year when she took the job and said, I'm going to go to every state and visit with them and talk about their needs and why they need jobs and all that stuff. Well, bitch, I called it, all right? Fucking always listen to Lolo because I fucking know what I'm talking about with these shitheads. Since she took office last March, that has meant traveling the country, meeting with workers and employers. While back in Washington, the Labor Department has descended into crisis. The agency's inspector general has opened an inquiry into allegations of professional misconduct by Ms. Chavez de Rimmer and her closest aides, two of whom have just been fired, I think. Investigators have spoken with several dozen witnesses and reviewed evidence and allegations that the secretary used department resources for personal trips and that she was having an affair with a member of her security team. and that her aides tried to steer grants to favored political operatives. Ms. Chavez de Remer's husband has been barred from the department headquarters after female staff members accused him of making unwanted sexual advances. They're just a couple of horn dogs, okay? It's not about power. Am I right? His lawyer has said the accusers were working with department employees whom he did not name to force Chavez de Remer out of office. Police and prosecutors have said they would not bring a case against her husband. Interesting. In interviews, more than 24 current and former department employees from across the political spectrum described a toxic workplace characterized by an absentee secretary, hostile aides, and a deeply demoralized staff. Most of them spoke on the condition of anonymity because they weren't authorized to discuss department business or because they feared retribution. The crisis at the Department of Labor is a crisis of leadership, said Helen Lurie, who until April worked in the department's Women's Bureau. Over the past few weeks, we've learned that not only is she not doing her job, she's embroiling the department in scandal and possible criminal activity. It's frankly embarrassing. The department's troubles spilled into the open in January after an internal complaint was filed with the Inspector General. Senator Grassley of Iowa, Pigeon Boy, the Republican chair of the Judiciary, has called the allegations troubling and sought internal records and statements from the department so that he can scrub them. No, I added that last part, but I wouldn't put it past him. A spokeswoman for the Labor Department, Courtney Perea, said the secretary remains focused on advancing the president's America First agenda and carrying out the department's mission to support American workers, or fuck them. I don't know. Name your day. Ms. Chavez de Remer's chief of staff, Ji-Hoon Han, the deputy chief of staff, Rebecca Wright, have been placed on leave during the internal investigation. People familiar with the inquiry said, here we go. They have been accused of concocting official trips for the secretary so that she could spend time with friends and family, bullying staff members, and trying to silence critics within the department. Lovely. The investigation has in some ways improved morale, some department employees said, by exiling some of the secretary's closest and most problematic allies, even as it threatens to unravel the executive office. Some of the turmoil is familiar from other agencies during the second Dump administration, chaos and uncertainty during the high days of Doggy, the Elon Musk-led effort to slash federal spending, which we now know just meant all our data was stolen and given to God knows how many private companies. That's right. That's another story. Yeah, I voted for the lady who laughed too much. Low morale among longtime employees, unpredictable priority changes. But much of the department's trouble is particular to Ms. Chavez de Remer's leadership and the staff she brought with her, people familiar with her tenure said. And there she is. She's visiting people. Ms. Chavez de Remer, 57, started in local politics 2 decades ago as a member of city council, later mayor of Happy Valley, Oregon. In 2022, she was elected as a Republican to the U.S. House. She was known in Congress for aligning with Democrats, especially on labor matters. She co-sponsored Protecting the Right to Organize Act, a Democratic push to expand labor protections and collective bargaining rights. The bill has been introduced several times, most recently last March, but has stalled in the Senate. In March 2024, a former employee filed a federal employment discrimination lawsuit against Ms. Chavez de Remer's congressional office, saying Ms. Wright, the Congresswoman's district director in Oregon, had retaliated against her for filing a sex discrimination claim and had refused to accommodate her health disabilities. According to the complaint, Ms. Wright had told the former employee that she was fired for unprofessionalism, citing questions she had asked Ms. Chavez de Remer at a staff retreat. The lawsuit was dismissed last March after a settlement was reached, the court's records show. The federal government paid $98,650 last year to settle an employment discrimination claim in Ms. Chavez de Remer's office, records show. It was the only such award or settlement in 2025 for a House office. The award did not name its related case. In November 2024, Ms. Chavez de Remer lost her re-election bid. Soon afterward, Sean O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters Union, who had spoken at the 2024 Republican National Convention, urged Mr. Dump to choose her as labor secretary. Her father was a member of the Teamsters. She has often reminded people, and she had strong support from the union. Her nomination met consternation from some Republicans who were concerned about her support for organized labor and cautious optimism on the left, where some lawmakers crossed party lines to vote for her confirmation. Labor advocates breathed a sigh of relief, said Miss Lurie, the former employee in the department's Women's Bureau, which lost around half of its employees this past year. But then she came in and started echoing Trump's rhetoric. During her Senate confirmation hearing before an audience packed with Teamsters, Ms. Chavez DeRemer distanced herself from her pro-labor record in Congress. Asked if she still supported Protecting the Right to Organize Act, she said she would support Mr. Trump's agenda. She was sworn in as secretary on March 11th as Doggy was slashing the department's workforce and dismantling programs. When Ms. Chavez DeRemer and her top aides wanted to have a birthday party for her at the Francis Perkins building, the department's headquarters, staff questioned using departmental funds, so they renamed it a swearing-in celebration, a person familiar with the planning said. Ms. Chavez DeRemer and dozens of political staff members socialized at high-top tables and blue tablecloths and drank wine. Screen showed pictures of her, guests saying happy birthday, and Ms. Chavez DeRemer blew out candles on a cake, according to people who were there. The date was April 7th, her birthday. There it is. Happy birthday at your swearing in. Happy swearing in ceremony. I did not have a birthday party.
I did not have a birthday party. That's right. Never mind.
It wasn't a birthday party. It was my swearing in. It was my second swearing in. Mr. Hahn, the chief of staff, sent a department-wide memo after the party threatening criminal charges against members of the staff who spoke publicly about department business, ProPublica reported. I missed that one. After taking office, Ms. Chavez DeRemer embarked on a cross-country tour called America at Work. She said she planned to meet with workers and employers in every state to understand their needs. Among her first stops was Nevada, where she spoke at a Teamsters conference in April. She met with Teamsters again in August in Chicago. Often when she traveled, her calendar showed one or two short events, leaving the rest of the day free. It was not unusual for labor secretaries to spend a lot of time on the road, but their days are usually packed. Ms. Chavez DeRemer was traveling for enjoyment, some department employees said. Some of her aides, however, thought her travel was booked with an eye to increasing her political profile and building her brand. People familiar with her staff's discussions said. Ms. Chavez DeRemer has visited 48 states as part of the tour. She was scarcely in the Perkins building and had little to do with the daily operations or policy imperatives of the department. When at headquarters, she generally was secluded in her second-floor office suite with security stationed at her door. In the secretary's absence, Keith Sonderling, the deputy labor secretary, has run the day-to-day operations of the department, employees said. He has standing meetings with the heads of enforcement agencies and has directed departmental policy priorities. I'm proud to support the secretary as she leads the department to deliver on the president's America First agenda and support both business and labor, Mr. Sonderling said. Sure. Between November 2024 and November 2025, the department shed about 14% of its staff, according to New York Times. Among the hardest hit divisions was the Office of the Federal Contract Compliance Programs, which enforces equal employment opportunity laws for federal contractors. Around 300 members of its 480-person staff were pushed out. Others were reassigned in the department. It's like if you were at an Italian restaurant, or if you were an Italian restaurant cook and then went to work at a Chinese restaurant, said Aaliyah Levin, who worked at the office for 17 years and was reassigned to the wage and hour division. Uh-oh, is that her husband? Uh-oh. Dr. Sean DeRemer was accused of making unwanted physical advances. Oh my God, disgusting. What the fuck's wrong with these people? I'm sorry I'm not paying attention to chat. It sounds like you guys are having a really good conversation, which makes me so happy. It makes me really happy. What? Wait, what? What are we talking about, Sharon? I don't know what we're talking about. My internet was out 15 hours. Oh my God. Badger is referring to the story you shared in Discord, Lee. Oh. Baby. Oh, the Figaro. Oh, kitty update. Okay. Let's see. Anthony D'Esposito, a former Republican congressman from New York, had just been sworn in as the Labor Department's Inspector General in the first week of January when the complaint against Ms. Chavez DeRemer and her aides was filed. His investigators have expanded their examination beyond the Secretary's travel and use of department resources to whether grants were improperly directed. Secretary Chavez de Remer is not privy to the investigative strategy or internal decisions made by the IG, said Nick Oberheiden, a lawyer representing her in the investigation. With those with whom the secretary has an obligation to cooperate, she will, gladly, promptly, and confidently. Mr. Desposito's office also learned of at least 2 women's claims that the secretary's husband, Dr. Sean de Remer, had made unwanted physical advances on them at the Perkins building. The women were political appointees who worked closely with Ms. Chavez de Remer, according to people familiar with their claims. Dr. de Remer, an anesthesiologist, was barred from the building. Because the alleged misconduct took place in a federal building, the claims were referred to the Federal Protective Service, a division of the Department of Homeland Security, which declined to bring a case. One of the women went to Washington's Metropolitan Police Department, which filed a report on January 24th about a claim to forced sexual contact in December at the Labor Department. After the Times reported the ban in the investigation, a lawyer who said he was representing Dr. de Remer released a letter calling the accusations false. The lawyer did not respond to requests for comment. The Washington police said the investigation had ended after federal prosecutors found no evidence of a crime. Dr. de Remer remains barred from the Perkins building. Mr. Hahn and Ms. Wright, Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff, have not yet been interviewed by the Inspector General's office, 2 people familiar with the matter said. In a sign that Ms. Chavez de Remer may not have grasped the gravity of the allegations against her and her staff, she recently asked officials if Ms. Wright would soon be cleared to return to work. This week, Ms. Chavez de Remer is scheduled to complete her America at Work tour with stops in Hawaii and then Oklahoma, where she is set to meet with Mr. O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters. Lori Chavez de Remer is the most engaged labor secretary we've had under a Republican administration, consistently visiting workplaces like the Chipotles and meeting with workers across the country, especially ones at nail spas. No, said Cara Denise, a spokeswoman for the Teamsters. We look forward to continuing to work with her. Oh, Teamsters, why are you debasing yourselves? Come on now. What the fuck? Okay, I think, oh my gosh, it's 4 hours. I have so much I want to read to you. Oh, these are all the things I pulled from this morning, so I'll share some of these. Yeah, okay. All right, well, maybe it's not as bad as I thought it was. Okay. All righty, let's get rid of this. Sorry, there's so much that's in there, like on my list. I keep like lifting up different things, intending to read them to you, and then other things happen and we can't get so sorry about that. I wish I was more efficient in the way that I read things to you, but I'm glad. I feel like this has been a pretty good show for some information. So hopefully you feel the same. No problem. Hey man, I can't tell you how much I love, because I know I'm reading and the intention is that I read to you and then other things happen in chat. I actually love that. It doesn't distract me. I could not be happier than to be with you all, and to see you interact with each other is just, you don't know what that means to me. You don't know what it means to me that we have created a place where really smart, empathic people are connecting, right? Like that's the whole fucking point. The whole fucking point of this is that we connect with each other. I never take it as rude, ever. Thank you for acknowledging that, but I just never want you to think that I take that. I am, if I ever need your attention, I will ask for it. Okay? But I also know that there's a lot of absorption, and some of these things y'all have seen already. So I just really appreciate it. And it does, Sharon, that's it. It helps me not feel alone. And so when I see people sharing information and like connecting and seeing each other, like I think as humans, can I just go off on a human thing right now? I think as humans, one of the reasons I do this, and one of the reasons I am the way I am, I guess, is I think it is so important to feel like you're being seen. Okay? I think people want to feel seen for who they are, right? You don't have to be put on a pedestal or any of that. I'm not talking about that. But to be able to see each other is just so incredibly important. And I want you all to feel seen by me, that I see you. I don't know. I know that sounds kind of woo-woo, but it really means something to me. So I hope it is meaningful to you too. But that's what I see. When I see people talking around and, you know, talking about stuff that might be different, I just think that's connection. That's fucking connection. And that's just a fucking beautiful thing in this world. I mean, it is just a fucking beautiful thing in this world. Yeah. Active shooter. Of course. Yeah, so we have to take those moments where they come. And that's why I never, I think it's just one of the most beautiful things to see people just connecting about who they are, how they live, what they do, what they love, what they hate. I just love it. It just makes everything worth it. So, I don't know. I'm kind of sappy this morning, but it's from the heart. And I have to tell you, I really feel good about a big cloud has been lifted for Jim, and I know not everybody has gone through as close to Jim as I have, or Gal, or anyone else. But I don't know. That just, it means a lot to me that Jim is out from under that particular stone, and it's a big fuck you to the people who have treated us all pretty badly over the last couple of years, frankly. So yeah, no, I really feel that. I can't tell you how deeply I feel that it is the connection that happens both in the Discord, which totally blows me away every day. I watch that Discord and I'm like, I'm going to get teary. I'm like, oh my God, people are just like, I don't need to be in there. It's not just about, what does Lolo think? It is like literally a total bulletin board of information and clarification and connection and laughing and crying and hugging and arguing and all the things that humans do. And I just didn't know that a Discord, it exceeded my expectations. Yeah. So I don't know. I just want to tell you that it means a lot, and I love it. I love what happens in this chat. So I just wanted to call that out. Anyway, I hope you have a great Thursday. But now we must go back into the real world. No. But I'm going to be live tomorrow morning. Same time, same bat channel. Then tomorrow night, we're doing trivia. I don't know if I'm going to be in the kitchen tomorrow night because I don't think I can get my shit together by then. But I don't know how I attract smart people, but somehow, I think it's because of Gal Squad. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm pretty much here because Gal Squad, helped me get interested in things and looking at different things. So, yeah, time to get back to it. Okay. All right. I love y'all. Thanks for coming today. It's been such a great day. And I hope you have a better one going out. Don't let the bastards get you down. And we are going to get through this, but we're going to have to get through it together. So let's go. All right. Bye.